Yo. Oh, the lights are off again today. Alpha or Diablo today, bro. Alpha. Speaking of which, should I get flagged for that shit yet? The client just updated, so probably soon. What time is it supposed to be up? I have enough stuff to get through during the day, so I'm not it doesn't need to come out right away for me. I have all kinds of stuff I can do. See if I'm flagged yet. Does not appear so. Do you know if anyone's flagged yet? But the build is updating in the top right. Oh, is it this? I'm assuming the War Within beta update available is not actually the War Within beta. That would be crazy. Hope you guys get in. Max, check your email. Emails are usually not a good way to check if you've been flagged or not. They don't usually come on the day. Is alpha going out to regular players or just high-profile community figures? So usually how alphas work is the first few waves are a little bit more selective, but then they become sent out to the general public. But I believe some people from the general public will be in this alpha. The stuff from like the NDA stuff the other day, those were on separate alpha accounts that we no longer have access to. But I believe this first one will include a bunch of content creators for sure. I mean, that's just how things always go, right? It's friends and family today. Oh, I don't know shit. So, I am truly making stuff up. Are you interviewing Ian? No, I have no interviews. I was not asked for an interview or anything. But I also did not tell them that I wanted one. We should have all Apex talents today. No, there should be, at least as far as I know, there's going to be 0 Apex talents today that there weren't here yesterday. I think the patch notes, what we were playing yesterday should be the same thing we're playing today. I believe. Even if you don't have alpha. I have been told that I will be flagged for alpha today. However, there has been hiccups with that before. But it is intended that I will have alpha today. I guess I can't say for sure until I am on it. Ian is going on Annie Fuchsia's stream at 2 EST apparently. Oh, that's cool. That's usually content that doesn't necessarily involve me, but could be interesting. Also, I need to double check. I think she might have said some weird shit about Fired Up during the Spellslinger thing. Dude, I'm going to try to launch the War Within beta. We'll see if this works. WoW 13, I guess, sure. Maybe it's WoW 2. Yeah, these aren't alpha realms. Wait, what are these? So test server and then beta. I mean, I don't know. It's probably not right. Max, did you see the lobotomization of the classes yet? Yeah. I'm kind of holding out. I'm going to hold my freak out until I play a class that I love. And then I play it and it doesn't play well because I felt like they made it too easy. That would... There's a couple classes I've read that I don't currently play. That I'm like, man, I don't know how I'd feel if I played those classes. Like Resto Shaman's one of them. Like if I'm a Resto Shaman, I'm like, I don't know about this. But I would still wait for one reason. Number one, because I think there's a large history of overreacting about a lot of things in World of Warcraft. I mean, I think that's just pretty true. However, with them removing combat add-ons, which is like a whole other thing, but they're doing that, right? And they're going to have to slightly change their content because of that. But the add-ons that were available in combat raised the skill floor a lot, lowered the skill ceiling. And with those going away, the game is going to be harder. Right? So maybe shifting some of the difficulty away from your class and into the actual game. It's different, but I don't know if it's bad until I do it. So I'm just going to need to see really how that feels. But really for a lot of people, and I think this would include me, I just think when you really just resonate with a WoW class and it just fucking owns to play, that is what gets you to keep playing. Like, these two things are constantly at opposition with each other. There is making the classes, making any game, not WoW, any game, make the game easier, more approachable, will get more people into the game and be easier to pick it up. But a game with more depth and more challenge, that is going to affect replayability, and that is going to create passionate gamers, passionate customers that want to keep coming back and cannot get what you are giving them from another game because it's so in depth and they've gone through the effort of mastering it to where they feel all of that quality every time they play the game, right? And it's really, really hard to have both. I think if you are a longtime WoW player and you're a gameplay focused WoW player, I'm going to point that out specifically because I think a lot of the less gameplay focused people are just getting housing, so this expansion is just a colossal W for them, right? I think if you're a gameplay focused player, it is extremely valid to be like, all I care about is me, which why wouldn't you? Okay, they're making the game more accessible for people and they're dumbing it down a little bit because it's combat add-on stuff, but I actually enjoyed the combat add-on stuff. I didn't have to go through what was wrong with add-ons. Oh, you had to download and install them. Well, I already did that. So they're not a problem for me. I update them when the patch comes out. Add-ons are of minimal issue to me. And now add-ons are going away. In not really, but in the combat stuff is going away, which I was cool with. And then now my class is also becoming less interesting. Seeing those people, which would include me, be hesitant and maybe dobby about the change, I feel like it's totally valid because they're coming directly for what you find fun about the game, right? You have to set up a new UI in a lot of ways. If you're a healer, you might have to set up some new raid frames for the first time in a long time. I like the way my game looks because I've made it that way, you know. Not to mention there's a big unanswered question of what is this game going to look like without all these add-ons? There's a utopia out there where it's pretty close to what it was before and all the bad stuff about weak auras and shit isn't there. That's possible. Is that going to happen right away? I would say like almost certainly not. But there's a world that there's a light at the end of the tunnel which you will almost certainly have to go through to where it is eventually better overall, right? But it's probably not going to be right away. So if you're someone who's thinking in the short term and thinking about just for your own self-interest, which we all are, it could, if you're a routine every season gameplay focused WoW player, if you are not excited by yesterday's news, it totally makes sense. And then I also think it depends on your class. Like some classes, like I'll be real actually, the few classes I play, they sound really fun. And they played really well in alpha. I know a lot of people haven't had the opportunity to play them yet, but they're good, right? But I know that there's a few other classes where if I played them and like basically all of the intricacy of the spec is gone, I would be really upset. So, I don't know. But I think more than anything, before I really strongly feel anything about this expansion, I'm going to try to play a lot of the content with what just the game is giving you and see if I feel like the game is too easy or something like that. Because like there's one thing I always come back to in PvE. PvE WoW is like so hard. We're in the business of trying to recruit the very best people that can do this, right? To do week 1 mythic end bosses. And I guess for a lot of other people in a more relatable way, maybe people that could do like the highest possible mythic plus keys and stuff. None of us have ever met like a perfect player there, like someone where like they have mastered their class and they literally never mess up and can also call everything out and everything. Like those players don't exist. The true skill ceiling of this game is not reachable at the moment. So like that may still be true by simplifying the game and now you don't have add-ons and stuff. I don't know if that will still be the case. Like it would be a huge disservice to the game, I think, if like now it's possible for so many people to be as good as you can at this because they made it easier. But I also don't think it's likely for that to be true. Because the game is just truly so hard. So I don't know. I'm waiting to see more before I have like a crazy strong opinion about it. But this is one of the times where I think going into other alphas and other betas, it's always met with a lot of complaining. And I truly think the WoW community complains about a lot of things prematurely. I don't even think that's arguable. I just think that's just kind of what it is. It's probably just the symptom of a 20-year-old game. Um, but I usually am like, man, everyone's freaking out for no reason. And then sometimes I think I end up being right about that. Sometimes I'm not, but I think sometimes I'm right about that. This time, every time I'm seeing someone complaining, I'm like, yeah, I get it. there's there's very little complaining I've seen over the last day or so on Twitter or other places where I think it's coming from a place of just being misinformed or just wanting to complain or just not basically hating change or not understanding what's happening and then just being mad. I think every bit of complaining I've seen, especially from the high end community, which is the one we see the most, right? Like as much as we'd like to believe it to be otherwise, like we really there's just such a large position of people in this game that we'd never hear from, and they dictate a lot of the game's direction, and we just literally never hear from them. And you seem to think you know how everyone feels about something because you have a very tailored like social media algorithm in the Twitch streams you watch. Paint an opinion of like the player base, which is actually extremely small and very narrow, like very narrow focus in the game. So you can get tricked sometimes into how people in the game really feel. But I think I actually do think that the stuff I've heard from the high-end community as far as, you know, freaking out that the complexity in the game is gone, I just think it's totally valid, personally. It's a valid concern. In fact, and I think you should do it, because when do things get changed? If you feel like they're truly bad. And clearly Blizzard's open to it. Look at the dev note for Resto Shamans yesterday. They didn't say we're removing Healing Surge and they're done with it. They said we're going to closely monitor feedback on whether this is a good idea. So if you guys are playing Resto Shaman on the beta and you're like, we lost too much stuff, scream at them that that is the case, because you could get it back. I don't think a lot of this stuff is final. One thing that's true about this alpha, especially compared to War Within released an alpha that was an alpha in its name, but not in its function. It was a basically completed game. It was very finished. It was like really surprising when we played it. This is not. This is an alpha true and true. I think they've even said that. Where like they really want our feedback because this game is not done yet. Like it's going to feel like an alpha because it is. So because of that, we have 6 months to make some changes. So if you guys are playing a class, and because I don't, here's one thing I also don't think is true. Do I think some classes got too much removed and are going to be too simple to play? Yes. I don't think that's true both on average or for everyone. So if there are classes that specifically feel like they've had their identity taken away, or like the gameplay is just so foreign and not as fun, you guys should be telling them that every day on the forums. Or in any way. It doesn't really matter where you give the feedback. So that guy you saw in the stream yesterday, Kyvax, part of his job is getting information from Reddit, Twitter, YouTube comments, MMO Champion, anywhere. WoW forums, like any place you can give an opinion on WoW stuff, Twitch streams, Twitch VODs. That stuff is just directly given to the people that can act on it. So just be loud if your shit stinks. Yeah, apparently also on Blue Sky. Fucking rip your takes on Blue Sky. I have people saying classes are already too easy, and I don't know how to kindly ask them if it was so easy, then why can't you kill things with my keys? Okay, I think that person might not just be stupid. Like, you're saying, like, anyone who says a class is easy but ever makes a mistake ever, you can't say that because if it was so easy, you wouldn't have made that mistake. I think that's kind of a bad take because there are two parts of the game that are challenging you at once. It is everything that's trying to kill you, everything that's happening in front of you, the stuff you're trying to kill, and then there's the difficulty of just playing your class. But when they're saying my class is too easy, they may not even be saying they're upset that it's not difficult enough. They might just be talking about it's not fun enough. They could be saying this class isn't really challenging me. This class isn't making me feel anything when I play it. You know, as much as people like to say it's all about damage or whatever, if you were genuinely playing a class that like used the one button rotation or actually pressed not two buttons, not three buttons with a proc, but one button, bro, at a certain point, if you have any respect for yourself, that just isn't going to be challenging enough to entertain you, right? It's going to get old. So when they're saying that, when they're saying my class is too easy, they might be complaining that their class isn't as fun. They wish it was more challenging. Some classes are too challenging. Some classes are not very challenging. And there's a lot in between. Now they're seeming to, overall, across the board, reduce complexity, but also, with them choosing to remove add-ons, they might not really have a choice. Like, it's kind of hard to keep everything the same difficulty, remove add-ons that help you, and then expect it to not be like... Because, like, probably worst case scenario is they make this change and the game is way too hard and people just give up. So they have to have some give somewhere. I'm actually interested in seeing what classes, like if we could make, not a tier list even, or maybe a tier list would be a good way to do this, and just rate how much easier they got. So like the highest tier would be this class got relatively way easier, and stuff at the bottom would be this class is the same. Stuff in the middle would be they made some minor changes, but it's like a little easier or something. Because it is not the same across the board. Like, I promise you, no matter how simple you think your class is, after these changes, Resto Shaman's got it worse than you did. It's insane. You should when you get alpha access, you should watch a stream today of someone playing Resto Shaman. It's insane. They actually press like 3 buttons to heal. That's it. Max doubt, go look at Fire Mage. It's actually 2 buttons. Damn. Alright, maybe we will. Alright, so there's a few interviews to react to, and we should probably do these before the actual alpha goes up, right? I guess. Because something I wanted to do today, what I definitely want to do today, is I want to play... I want to play the new Devourer spec in like dungeons and stuff. There's also going to be, I believe, a raid boss today that's available. Just to see what the WoW in-game boss timers look like. Would love to do that. But I assume those boss timers also have to work in dungeons? So maybe you'd be able to see them in the dungeons? Max, do you think it's to bring in new people that think the game may be a little too in-depth to start? What, these changes? So I don't know, and maybe Blizzard can answer this, but my theory is they are more likely to make changes, make like the game generally simpler, I think because they're removing add-ons. Well, it's all circular, right? Why are they removing add-ons? In my opinion, that is majorly for new players. But because they're removing add-ons, I think they're making the game simpler to play because they kind of have to. Like, I don't think the primary motivation to make things simpler is to get new players in the game, although it does help that. I believe it's because of add-ons, but then they're also getting rid of add-ons because of the new player thing. So I think new player is one element. But I would say the majority element of specifically the simplification is like the add-on thing. piss off your player base that's been with the game for years in lieu of new players. Yeah, it's a decision for sure. Not to mention though, I do think removing add-ons isn't purely for new players. Like I actually think maybe one of the main motivations for, and again, I'd say getting rid of add-ons is not the best way to phrase that because that's actually not what's happening. But getting rid of like the combat add-ons, I guess, not anything UI based, but just combat add-ons. I do think that removing those could be a positive for people who do play the game, and I think their motivation might be for people who play the game. People have been complaining about that for years. Every time I get to a boss where a weakor is solving everything for us, I want to blow up. I hate that. Our guild hates that. Have you guys ever logged on to a fucking... Have you guys had your Fractalus weakor not work? That is the least fun thing ever, right? Like, that is not purely for new players. Like, that is an issue in the game, right? That exists. There's not... It's not completely baseless to remove that. Max, but didn't Ian himself say that people ask for changes and when they come, they complain about the changes? Same can be said with people not wanting add-ons. Think this was the interview with you? Well, I don't know if Ian said that, but isn't that objectively true? WoW players ask for changes, but then complain the changes come? I mean, that happens all the time. that happens with people all the time. Also, but you can look at that one way. You're assuming like all WoW players want the same thing. What's possible is you have all of the, let's just use that example. You have all of the anti-add-on people that say they want these combat add-ons removed, which includes me, by the way. I would love for those to be gone. And then you have people who never really felt that strongly about it. And then now those people are complaining today, regardless of if the other people are complaining, the people who asked for it. And to Blizzard, it can seem like people are complaining either way. They're asking for it and complaining, but it actually could be two separate groups that both asked for it and then complained about it. But there's so many WoW players that you would feel it either way. But are there people that asked for it and are also complaining about it? Yeah, but also, is it possible that people wanted combat add-ons removed but didn't know the cost? The cost of removing combat add-ons is a lot of other stuff is going to stop working too. But when they asked for those to be removed, they didn't know that that was part of the deal. Right? That's why private ores existed. They tried other ways to fix this before this, right? It didn't work. Dude, I love reading chat and you just get like two different shit. This guy goes, "I'm afraid this change is going to be very bad for the game." And then 2 messages later, someone with like 9 numbers in their name just rips, "One button is the bomb." I fucking love memes, man. Okay. Let's go so where do we start with these young interviews? What I don't understand is, will we be able to see the CDs of other players? Oh, like Omni CD? My understanding is that we won't. Which is low key, my personal opinion. So I think that's gonna be something to get used to for a lot of people. I love that idea, bro. As a raid leader. Bro, I'm going to be fucking actually so valuable now. I'm getting all my value back, bro. That is exactly what I'm good at. I don't need a fucking list for that shit. Got that shit all in my brain. But I think there's... Okay, so let me play devil's advocate. When you are trying to experience... And I am truly playing devil's advocate. I don't know if I strongly believe this. Purely devil's advocate position. When you are like, oh my god, OmniCD's gone, how can I do this content? You are thinking of the content you have already done and not thinking about the content that you might be doing and the content they might design when they know that you don't have access to this. Oh, I can't see every stop in the game. Okay, well, what if there's way less need for stops because we know you don't have that information, right? Like, clearly, you could make different content. It has been widely known there's been this arms race between finding ways to challenge you via defensives and then making your damage spiky, and then also, having combat add-ons, and then they have to make things that challenge you even when you have combat add-ons. So there has to be two different things, right? Now, moving away from the devil's advocate argument, I'll be the other person again. I don't trust that you're going to get that right as a response. And that one I probably believe in. How you're going to get that right? What does Mythic Plus look like when, it's just so different? So, I don't know. Hey Max, what if we just simply play the game when it comes out and then see what it's like then? Okay, sure. Let me play the other side of that argument. What if we sit here idly by and don't complain and be extremely reasonable and just wait until we can all get our hands on it and see if it's fine? But then it's too late. Right? They literally said this is an alpha's alpha. If there's ever time to make change, it's by giving feedback now. If you hate what you're doing and don't tell them that, they're not going to change it, right? I think that's fair. That's how things change, so. All right. It's interview time. Where do I find these interviews? Probably Wowhead. All right, what do we got available here? They haven't posted any of them. Will you have an interview at some point in the cycle? I currently haven't asked for one or been in any conversations like that, but usually if I ask them for one, they'll give me one. So, but I haven't done that yet. I'm sure once I figure out, let me listen to these interviews, and if I still have something I feel like I want to ask, I'll reach out to them. Check alpha notes. There's new alpha notes that are different from yesterday. Okay, let me see. Oh, interesting. So there is some new stuff here. Oh, but dude, a lot of it is just old. Like, they posted alpha notes, but like, how are you to know what has been added since yesterday? Because we went over this entire post yesterday. So, I mean, there is one thing. Maybe we can read some of their philosophy. I didn't read this yesterday. Let's read this. With Midnight, we aim to make gameplay clear and easier to understand, so the path to improvement is more apparent for players at every skill level, while maintaining the depth of mastery that WoW offers. So that's the thing that, maybe just before we even go anywhere else, I don't know that this is possible. We aim to make gameplay clearer and easier to understand while maintaining the depth of mastery. How do you do that? I guess using that exact verbiage, that doesn't make sense, but here's what they actually did. By making the game easier to play, we want to make the game easier to play while still having the same depth of mastery. I don't think that's possible. It like directly contradicts. Not to say that either one is bad or good, I guess. It's just like I just don't even know. I think those two things are at direct opposition of each other. We are updating every class spec with an eye towards approachability by reducing complexity and making gameplay more intuitive. We begin by focus on what makes each spec unique and then designing gameplay that matches their theme, so your character's personality and style are reflected in how you play. Our goal for the most appealing, visible elements of your spec to be what matters most in your gameplay. That often means managing resources, tracking a few key buffs, and using ability changes charges strategically. Okay, let me see if there's anything interesting in here. Oh, here we go. We are also reviewing the amount of concentration or Coggy load required to play each spec. Coggy load encompasses tasks such as keeping track of active auras, parsing conditions, and to choose the most effective ability in a given moment. Some specs will demand more than others. Keeping track of dots requires concentration, but it's also a big part of the appeal of specs like Affliction, Feral, or Assassination. However, reviewing all specs for areas where concentration demands excessive or unclear don't manage or don't serve enjoyable gameplay. I'm interested. I wonder if they can say this, but like I also think like removing combat add-ons is a reason to remove. Like you are going to require more Coggy load while playing the game now without combat add-ons. So therefore, they are trying to remove some Coggy load from the game in general. That is, if I'm Blizzard, that is my best argument for why they are doing this. It's the only thing that really makes a lot of sense, even if it feels bad and people complain about it. Because simply people are just going to relate to what they've done, the game. But they haven't played the new game. They clearly have to design different content without combat add-ons. It's just the way it is, right? And it is what is possible is they don't dumb down the game and they release that content and it's really fucking hard. Right? And we've already talked about this ad nauseum, but I just wonder why they don't say that, because that seems to be the why what they're doing. Max, Annie's doing an interview with Ian live right now. Yeah, we'll just check it later so we can pause and shit. It's not that information isn't going anywhere. Diminishing returns. We are making some adjustments on how diminishing returns work in WoW. In order to make a crowd control less frustrating in PvP, it will now become immune after 2 applications. What about PvE? That's all I care about. For PvE, we are removing the stun immunity after 3 stuns. Our primary goal here is to remove the need to track DRs on enemies instead of enforcing a hidden and complex system to reduce effectiveness of stuns. That's goated. That's really fucking good. I didn't even read that. Is that new? I didn't read that yesterday. That's a crazy W, especially when you lose the ability to track other people's stuns. That is a massive W. That was there yesterday? Oh. Cool. Maybe I'm just dumb. That happens. I think what happened is I probably just browsed over this and went right to like the interrupts got increased. Read the next part, though. Diminishing return categories will reset 2 seconds earlier, and then after this, creatures will no longer be immune to stun effects after 3, but the duration of the stun effect will continue to diminish in half on each application until it reaches 1/16th duration, where it will remain until the 16 seconds have passed. That's fine, though. Like, you don't... Like, if you're pressing a stun, what sucks is you press a stun to stop a cast, and it doesn't work. Even if it's a 1/16th duration stun, like it basically stuns them for 0.1 seconds, it still stops their cast and it still serves its purpose, especially in a larger group size. All right, alpha check. Actually, fuck. Maybe we do watch that interview. Can't you rewind now midstream? How do you spell her name? Is that right? Not even close. Only with sub or turbo?
It's
Yeah,
hard in the
guys,
modern game.
what do you think this is?
At the same time, we're trying to say, if you only like this portion of the game, you can have it your way, play the way
In
you
fact,
like.
let's rewind and go to the beginning of the interview, and then we can skip the lore questions.
On the identity of each class. Changed headset. Sorry.
Well, for everything you don't.
Anyone who may not know you, as per usual, do you mind introducing yourself officially?
We can skip this part.
Thing here. To have.
Guys, we'll watch all the interviews.
There we go. More focus on you. Perfect. True, it's him. It's him. He's the one. What sword? All right. Yeah. So, wanted to talk about WoW today. I think we're all excited about Midnight.
Seems like a good idea.
Yeah, just behind the corner.
Yeah.
And I wanted to hop into a bunch of different things depending on what time allows. I realize that the time is very limited, especially since tech issues also got in the way. But let's start with a kind of broader question. It's a discussion that we sort of had in the chat earlier.
Okay.
On one of the philosophies in WoW of class identity. It's not talked. I don't think it's been talked about.
We might skip
that
this.
much, as of the later interviews and things that I have been watching. So yeah, what is the general idea there? How far are we going into making sure that classes have what every other class has, and how much are we focusing on the identity of each class?
Wait. Okay. Well, that how much every class has in the identity are two. Let's see how he starts answering this.
We've always viewed class as like this fundamental building block of the WoW
Skipping
experience. It's simpler to have strong class identity, class fantasy. 15 years ago, when our end game was basically raiding, and then otherwise it was casual solo play, and that was basically it. And we could say, you know what, this
might be good.
These are the classes that are great at healing. These are the classes that are great at AoE damage, at utility, at whatever, and really double down on that and have that be part of what sets them apart from others. But over recent years, I think for the better, the game has a ton of solo play styles and delves and Mythic Plus and people who want to just focus on that, and that's what they enjoy. And as important as class fantasy is, I think most players who love those play styles would also agree that it's not really a satisfactory answer on our part for us to say, like, yeah, I know that you're not really great in Mythic Plus, but hey, class fantasy, you're really good in raids. Oh, you don't like raids? Well, too bad. I guess maybe pick a different class or start liking raids.
Where is he going with this?
And so, us shoring up those deficiencies have definitely made the toolkits of the classes a bit more homogenous over the years.
Yo, do I look like a garden gnome?
We have to lean on visuals. We have to lean on, just the overall aesthetic, the names of things even, and try to have class anchored in that way. That's not to say the classes are identical by any means, and obviously they have mechanical differences. But at the end of the day, it's hard in the modern game for us to say to a class, you're just not good at this portion of the game. When at the same time, we're trying to say, if you only like
this is a total waste of time. Where's the next question?
One thing I wanted to comment on that. It reminded me of this. It touches a little bit on balancing, but not specific questions about balancing, but rather, are you guys generally happy when one spec is doing well, or do you put importance in all the specs being represented? Like as a warlock, for example, in a PvP environment, I feel like Demo has been the strongest spec in general for a long time. Destro sometimes has its moments in Mythic Plus, but it has felt like Demo has been strong for a longer time. Is there any kind of, like, what is the thought process behind balancing when it comes to individual specs? Are you guys simply happy that a spec is doing well and that's it? Or is there any, like, how do you weigh that?
So before he answers, great pause, by the way. Just legendary shit. I'm the best at this. I pause at the worst times for everyone. Um, but how I think Blizzard handles this, I don't know how he's going to answer it, is I do think if one spec is doing really well in a patch, they are less likely to buff the other two. You know, like I feel like in a way, they feel like as long as you have something you can play, like what's worse, having three specs that are all unplayable in a content or having one that's great and the other two, like they're more likely to buff something if they're all three bad, right? But I think also part of her question is like this spec has been way too good for way long. It's always this spec and not the other two. I don't really know how he's going to answer this, which is probably what he's thinking about right now with this face.
Um, that's a good question. I think it depends on a few factors. It depends on hybrid DPS, like hybrid classes versus pure DPS to some extent. Like if a damage dealing spec is the only damage spec available to a certain class, like if we're talking about Shadow, we're talking about Ret.
Oh, this is interesting.
If they're seen as weak in a particular area of the game or in multiple areas of the game, there's no real recourse. If you're that player of that class, you can't switch to something else. Whereas I think we do understand that among pure DPS especially, it's not uncommon for players to play a couple of different specs. And so if one spec is better at single target damage, that they're better in raids, another spec shines more in dungeons, and they share the atomization for the most part, other than, you know, some secondary stats or a trinket or whatever, that's less pressing of a problem for us to solve. That's not to say that we'll just look at it and say, okay, it's fine that this spec is, you know, towards the bottom in dungeons and we'll keep it that way long term. But when we look at, you know, what we're going to hotfix, what we want to change in terms of real-time balance, that becomes a slightly lower priority when we know that like the most competitive players have this safe harbor option right over there within their class already. But we also, you know, we want to make sure that in the long run, that balance doesn't feel too static. It shouldn't seem like it's the same spec that's always on top, the same spec that's always on the bottom. During a season, we're pretty hesitant to do nerfs once we get past the first few weeks because people have often locked themselves into what they think they want to play for the season. They've made gearing choices around it.
Oh,
We
that's
don't want to meaningfully
interesting.
change that, but
I feel like
new
people make that decision maybe before
seasons,
that
new
point.
patches are an exception, and certainly going into an expansion, it's kind of a fresh reset of all of our balance, and we'll see how that shakes out over the course of Midnight Alpha and Beta.
Okay. Yeah, I think that
Yo,
makes sense.
one second.
I think it was
I
kind
hope
of
hope
what
the stream
I
comes back. All right, my whole
saw or,
shit just went dark. All good.
felt like that was noticeable, but I just wanted to get it.
Nothing to worry about. That's
yeah,
fine.
to ask you about it. I wanted to talk about the big change that's coming with add-ons, cooldown manager,
ooh,
nameplates,
ooh.
and similar.
Ooh.
How far are you guys taking the ability for us to customize things? For example, are we gonna be able to track enemy cooldowns? Because that's one thing that a lot of add-ons do, whether it's PvE or PvP. This mob has a certain cooldown of this certain ability. Is that information that you guys?
It's probably
want
not
us
going to
to
be
able
there.
to track?
That's going to be in
general?
the
'Cause I
black
don't see that
box,
being
right?
possible
For
currently.
sure.
What
Which,
are
by
your
the way,
thoughts
I
on
think
that?
PvPers want that. I don't know if their opinion has changed, but I remember when these like add-on packages started getting released into like high-end PvP, where you could just see when every single cooldown that you cared about that the enemy used was just on your screen. I think they were like, this sucks and this takes away from the skill ceiling of PvP. But like now they've played with it for so long that I imagine, and I don't know this, but I bet there's like a lot of conflict because I bet people are really used to it now. And like after you've gotten used to it, going away from it would be like really difficult.
It wouldn't be possible through the add-on API. However, we
Right.
recognize, you know, seeing the cooldown of a major boss ability in an encounter is something that guilds have been raiding with forever. Like actually, literally, you know, when my guild was raiding Molten Core in February of 2005,
All
we
right,
had a
Unk.
programmer in the guild who wrote a very simple text Lua
Okay,
add-on
Unk.
that would like spit out when Magmadar was going to fear in chat because you wanted to know when the main thing was going to happen. Like that's been WoW raiding forever. And so just because add-ons won't be able to know or track when a boss ability got used doesn't mean that information shouldn't be available. And so that's part of why we've built a boss timeline into our encounters going forward. As we go into alpha, we're actually going to have a raid boss testable like day one, as of today, this evening when the servers go up, Beleren, the first boss of March on Keldanas, is going to be
Ooh.
testable with all of these bells and whistles available. It's just on normal mode, and the point is not to give feedback on the encounter mechanics or the tuning. We're going to have later waves in beta when we do thoroughly test all of our encounters and get feedback on the tuning and the mechanics. We'll bring guilds in at that point. But we have this available, honestly, just to give players a chance to experience the full UI package, to test add-ons for add-on authors who are working on seeing what they can customize and what they can't. But we want that information to be available. Similarly, in PvP, we're working on improvements to PvP unit frames to highlight some of the major things that players have found it essential to be able to track. At the same time, no, you won't have all of that information at your disposal in real time anymore, but that's going to be a level playing field. Everyone is going to be playing by those same restrictions. So if you're in PvP, you'll both have equal access to equal information, and it'll be who is the most skilled, who is the most coordinated that comes out on top. And as we approach encounters,
That's one thing I haven't really thought about. Like, okay, people talk about how hard it is to get into PvE WoW because of this barrier to entry. But bro, PvP probably has a bigger barrier to entry. And that's with the ability for you to install something that just shows you the enemy's cooldowns. Can you imagine the knowledge gap of having to track that shit manually? Now, like, bro, you are just fucking cooked.
part of why we're rolling these changes out with a new expansion, with Midnight, is so that we really can build from a blank slate all of our new dungeons, all of our new encounters with this ecosystem in mind. So we can tune, how long you have to react to an ability, how many people something is targeting, and so forth, around creating the same overall level of difficulty that people are used to, but hopefully having it be a more pure expression of your coordination, your ability to execute, and not your ability to manage a bunch of add-ons.
In terms of PvP, do you have examples of an ability which would be trackable, an example of something that wouldn't be? Or maybe I asked
We can
directly,
skip
like,
this.
So in relatively
Guys, we might
early
rip
on,
a
if you
live
begin
PoddyC right now.
and then you guys will keep that in mind.
We're running
I guess
into a
that's-
little we're running into a little like it would kind of suck if we slammed a PoddyC and then we had to end it because like alpha came up, but then we might just like have alpha come up and just play it a little late but then
I
finish the
think that
potty.
you guys could be, I don't want to say lazy, but you guys could like not worry about it too much because people had add-ons. But now that people can't, then you guys have to actually think about it.
Yeah, I mean that's a lot of this really. I will freely admit that the player's ability to make add-ons has sort of been a crutch that has let us get away with some designs that had flaws over the years. And I think that's true not just in dungeons and raids, but also as we look at class combat mechanics. I can say that the class changes that we've rolled out, in our blogs over the last day, they're not necessarily things that have been in the works for years. A lot of that actually began earlier this year when we first started talking about our philosophy around add-ons and what we hoped to move towards. And we quickly heard from the community, like, okay, that's all well and good. I agree. I'd love to be less reliant on add-ons, but show me how I'm supposed to play Combat Rogue. Show me how I'm supposed to play Shadow Priest and keep track of these procs, these mechanics, when it's okay to use this ability or when you shouldn't, without a weak aura to tell me when I'm supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
And we kind of looked at that and we're like, honestly, they're not wrong.
Dude,
It's
that's
like,
a
if you
W.
need
I
to
still
trap
call it
3
Combat Rogue
different
to this day.
variables and make a decision in a half-second window about whether you push ability A or B based on that combat state, our default UI is not giving you the information to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And so in some cases, the answer was improve our default UI Combat Outlaw, sorry, yes.
It's
half
a
my
rogue
head is in
spec.
classic half the time. You know what I mean? But yeah, half the time the answer was change the UI. The other half of the time, it's like, look at...
Dude, I think we might react to this later. I think it might be PoddyC time. This is not getting me going. Yeah, how do we want to do this? Yo. We could use the website, right? Would it be weird to grab my camera? Can I?
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see what Frank says. Let me investigate.
Yo.
Yeah.
Yo.
You're getting alpha today, right, Dork?
Dude, I need to carry it up. This is unreal.
You need. Wait, are you? What did you just say?
I need to carry it up.
Wait, you
We got
don't
it.
have access?
Manager. Nope.
Well, it's
Well,
not
no
up
one,
yet,
no
right?
one's gotten flagged yet, as far as I know. The only thing that's been updated is the War Within beta, which is probably the alpha. They just haven't renamed it yet. But, bro, I'll be a Karen for you.
Yeah, like this is
Because what happened to me,
insane.
what happened to me yesterday was like they did that form thing, and at the bottom it was like, "Would you like to be a part of the summit?" And apparently I just clicked no. So that's why I wasn't in that. Maybe if you, but they said even when I did that, I still would have had access today. So you might, if you did the same thing, unless you just didn't fill out the form at all.
I actually don't remember at all.
That is hype.
Well,
That is
I
hype.
did fill it out yesterday. Like yesterday they were like, "Oh yeah, just fill this out." Okay, I guess.
Oh yeah, then you should be getting flagged along with the rest of us whenever the
Yeah, I don't
whenever it
know.
comes back up.
I mean, here's what you need to do, Dorky. Here's what I would do. You just, if you don't get flagged today, you just throw a fucking massive fit until they fix
Bro,
it.
I'm gonna shut down my Discord.
Oh, that's probably a good thing for humanity. Are you talking about the?
What the?
Are you talking about the? Wait,
No,
which
I'm
not
one?
that
talking about my
Discord.
fucking streamer Discord, man. Come on.
Yeah. Which one?
What do you mean, which one? My stream one. Not
Yeah,
like the ones I
not the
hang
one
out
you're
in.
talking about. needing to
Bro,
get
the
shut
one that
down.
I'm talking about is like society only gets better if that thing gets shut down. That's for sure.
Yeah, there's some crazy shit that
There's some wild takes in that Discord.
Okay, I can make a link to the regular site. I don't know how it'll interact if you're already streaming. Like, it'll do weird shit.
Yeah, I mean, did Frank give
Well-
you any
No, of course not. He never does anything helpful.
Yeah, that is true.
Can't we like mute our browsers and stay in here and just like have that playing in the background?
Yeah,
from.
possibly if it doesn't screw up things. Okay, here's link.
All right, let's try it. Let me just see if I can get my camera to work on this thing, because like I know, isn't there like an OBS virtual camera? Isn't that a thing?
Yeah, you could do if you click like start virtual camera, and then you use that as your source on the site.
Okay, so start virtual camera of source video capture device. Start. All right, this is gonna work. Yeah, okay, guys, your jokes of like Will Dratnos remember to start recording. These are very funny jokes. This happens all the time.
Dude, you forget to start recording one out of every 40 episodes, and all of a sudden people
Yeah.
get mad.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Interesting. It says mic or cam is being used in another site.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about because OBS is like using the same.
Yeah, but it
Thingies.
it doesn't let me like change the source. He said if you can record audio separate, it's so OP. Wait,
Okay,
so
yeah, we could just do that.
Yeah.
I mean that's easy.
Okay. All right. Okay. Fuck the website then.
Alright.
Fuck the website then.
Okay.
All right,
Okay,
so I
wait.
definitely need to fucking mute this without breaking it because I can hear you. How do you?
No, we can close the website. He can just rip from
Okay.
your VOD.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what you just said.
Then you're recording separate audio?
I'll record the audio
They're gonna
separately.
be the
Yeah.
same.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that works.
Holy shit, you're looking spooky as hell.
Me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I should probably turn my. Wait, what's going on with my? Why am I black and white on the?
Dude, you should leave like that. That's sick.
Bro, this kind of has
This is like
aura.
some 2005.
Dude, I look
edge.
fucking sick. How did I do?
Yeah, holy
How
fuck.
did I do this? Bro, it's the fucking spooky filter. What happened? Let me try to like restart my camera. All right, 1 second. Nope, I'm still in the void, bro. I even stopped the virtual camera and like reset it to what it was before and everything. Let me unplug it and plug it back in. That works. Okay, I think I fixed it.
Sweet.
I'm looking amazing. I don't know.
Okay.
Does Frank want me to just stream with like? Does my camera need to be a certain style? I don't want to do full screen.
No, he'll just rip it from that. It's fine. I won't even have my camera, so who care?
1 second. I need to get a picture of you guys. This isn't going to be stupid. Give me like 30 seconds. All right, 1 second, Dradnos. I just have to find a. Do you think there's a picture of you on the internet?
I hope not.
100%.
Yeah, there is.
Oh no.
Oh, you look so swell. Do you want to pick one?
No.
Oh, dude, I have one. Holy fuck.
Yeah,
No
was
way.
Discord kind of fucked or what?
Dude. I forgot this existed. Holy shit. Bro, check out the pirate thing. That was when you were legit missing a tooth, too. That went so
Yeah.
crazy.
I forgot about that phase.
Yeah, that's a good couple months.
All right, dude, let's fucking slam it. All right,
Okay.
hit him with the intro, my guy.
Hey, welcome to the PoddyC special live edition. As Midnight Alpha is out, but the servers are down, so we get to do a quick podcast while we wait for them to come back up. A lot of news, though, of course, to go over for Midnight. Anything you guys want to start with? We got there's huge kind of sweeping changes to a lot of stuff. I think one of the big things is the add-on thing is coming in Midnight, like confirmed. It's here, it's happening. They're killing add-ons.
First thing I'll say is I am hyped, man. So, you know, for months now, I haven't been like that hyped for Midnight. We have that whole discussion about like, all right, you know, what's coming? Okay, I guess we're getting player housing. Is this just gonna be Dragonflight 3.0? Yada yada yada. But like these past few days, my excitement for Midnight has shot up so much. This is the future of WoW. This is WoW 2 right here. I am all for it.
I think it's like WoW 3 or 4. I think we've had WoW 2 like so long ago, but
Nah, this is WoW 2. This is WoW 2.
this is WoW 2.
It is pretty big, sweeping. Like, for an expansion that we talked about not having any sweeping changes, it kind of has some sweeping changes as well. Like, all the classes are changing in pretty fundamental ways. All the specs are getting a lot different rotationally as well.
Yeah,
kinda
remember we had
to
that
match the
discussion
add-on
literally
thing,
like
yeah.
a week or two ago where we said like, all right, what are they gonna do with the classes? Are they just gonna add slap on some like new talents, or are
Yeah,
they gonna be
that's
no
insane.
changes? And yeah, then they just like came up with all
Yeah,
this, which is kind of
we
crazy.
were saying like, okay, what are they gonna do with classes? Because like we looked at how much time they normally have going into alphas. Okay, they had Dragonflight talents. They had like 8 months from the last patch, or longer. Same thing with the War Within. This time, you're talking like 2 or 3 less months. So when we were expecting these notes, we said, like, bro, you're gonna get some minor changes. I want to say this isn't like Dragonflight talent tree level, but the amount of actual things that have changed is unprecedented to the point where I don't really understand how it's possible. Like, oh man, actually, something we've talked about on a podcast recently, but won't get released until after this point. Already recorded, should come out next week, about how, like, is this sustainable? Like, you have the same amount of people working on this stuff, and they're just doing it. If this expansion comes out in what, February, they're doing it in 6 months less time, and if they are still coming out with the same amount of raids, what gives? Are we gonna get less quality at some point, or are they just like they just locked the fuck in, like the Blizzard developers, right? Like I don't know how it works.
Yeah, I mean, they're also like doing something new with all the specs, and it's not like, oh, it's like they're all following a new philosophy now. Where I think it's because of the add-on change they had to do this is the thing, right? Like they
Yeah,
need the
100%.
rotations to no longer need any add-ons to tell you how to play it or help you play it, right? Like you have to have all of the rotations need to work with just like a buff bar and maybe 1 or 2 buffs that you track, and not like 30 different things that are conditionals for doing your damage properly.
Bro, all that discussion recently about the add-ons and all that has been so polarizing. It is actually insane. So it's crazy because we talked about this back in Dragonflight quite a while ago. I don't know if you guys remember, but we had that whole discussion on Asmongold's wish list. You guys remember that shit? Of the
Right,
10
yeah, like 10 buttons per
and like
spec.
Scorch Earth on add-ons, and it
Yeah.
actually all came true. Like it actually became a reality after what, like 2 years almost, maybe more than 2 years, 3 years.
I mean, that's typically how long development cycles take. So, is your theory? Asmongold came out with his wish list, and at Blizzard they were like, "All right, guys, stop what we're doing. Our new development plan. It's gonna take us years to implement it. We're doing the Asmongold game."
But yeah, I mean, I don't think it would have been possible for them to make these sweeping changes or have the add-on changes and not make these sweeping changes.
Yeah, I mean, I think Asmongold was one of many people who identified that WoW is like the only game that you need an MMO mouse to play, right? Like, it's called an MMO mouse, but it's really a WoW mouse. You need just so many binds to play this game. Now, they're not taking away that many, like, keybinds aren't under as much attack. It's mostly like they're trying to make sure that specs are going down, you
It's
know,
the
maybe 2
gameplay loop.
keybinds each or something. But the core gameplay loop, yeah, they're taking away stuff like Blood Talons, right? Where it's like, this is cognitive load that you're spending on your rotation. And I think it makes sense because they need to take cognitive load away from your rotation because they're putting it back in
The
the
game.
stuff that add-ons would track in
Correct.
fights and stuff, and then in dungeons and raids.
That
so.
is, I think,
I mean-
the biggest disconnect I think I've seen with a lot of the reaction, because and I don't blame people for this. I've said when I've looked at reactions to a lot of new things being announced in this game, there is a lot of time where people are just mad. Things are changing. I don't like it. I'm mad. I think a lot of the complaining this time is very valid because you can only relate to what you think changes are going to be like to what you've already done. So what people are doing is they're relating it to the game they're playing right now, the content they're maybe doing now or have done recently, and they're thinking, oh, well, I'm reading these changes and how do I apply it to that? Oh, I lose a couple defensives. I'm like playing an easier version of my class. I don't really like that. But I think the biggest thing and it's admittedly very hard to gauge this because you're also expecting them to get this right, is with them removing combat add-ons, that is going to make the game harder. So maybe the worst thing that could happen is we remove combat add-ons, everything stays the same, content comes out, and it's just too hard, and people just give up. That's probably ground zero, like worst thing you want. So it's not surprising they're lowering game complexity in general, some classes more than others, at the same time as they're doing that. They're just moving the difficulty away from your class and probably into the actual game. But doesn't it still make sense that people would like that though? Like, what keeps you coming back and playing WoW? The actual content you're doing is great, but like WoW, what WoW does better than everyone else is like playing your spec is more fun to play. Like that is the game. That is why
Right.
if any of you Mythic Plus, that's why you Mythic Plus. You Mythic Plus
But-
because you love playing what you're playing. You love playing the game. You love playing your class. And that for some classes, if you have already mastered it, might not be as fun, right?
How much of your spec being fun though is actually predicated on the stuff they're taking away, right? Like, didn't we complain about the fact that every spell does nothing baseline and has like 7 modifiers that make
Yeah,
it
no,
good?
yeah, I
Correct.
don't buy that shit at all. Like, I mean, I find it to just be something where players are just upset about certain things. Like, in fact, it's kind of ridiculous. I've read so many comments on like Reddit and like YouTube videos and all that stuff, and some of them are just absolutely ridiculous. Because like you would see literally one line that'd be like, "Yes, finally, Cloudburst is going away." Because like some people fucking hate Cloudburst and the way it plays. In fact, I was like talking to Growl about this too, because I don't know anything about shamans at all, and he was saying how like, "Oh yeah, Cloudburst is like terrible. Like people have hated this forever." And then on the very next line, you see like, "No, why would Blizzard do this? Like, why would they remove Cloudburst? Dude, they're ruining Resto
Cloud-
Shaman." So it's just like funny to see like just how polarizing this can be.
Well, Cloudburst, I think, is maybe one of the best abilities in the game to describe the duality of like what people like to play and how hard it is to get into it. Because like I think Cloudburst is maybe one of these spells where when you get into a class, you're like, I'd rather have the option that's a little bit less hard to figure out and get exactly right. But it's the one where when you've been playing the class, all you can think about is lining up your Cloudburst to hit at the exact right time and get it as big as possible. And it's like, it's the optimization mastery thing that you look forward to. I don't play Resto Shaman in particular, and it's possible that hasn't been true recently, but I know, at least in like Shadowlands era, getting a fat ass Cloudburst was like how you were a better Resto Shaman than other people, right? And like that is, you're talking about easy to play versus mastery. And even within people who play these specs, there can be, a preference between one or the other, but it does seem like they're moving away from stuff like that and going for, in general, the more easier option.
Yeah.
Well,
I
I
think
kind
the
of just
thing
see it as
about
like some things just suck to play. Because I mean, like I was gonna use Breath of Sindragosa as an example. Like some people find that to be really shitty to play.
exactly
Like,
the same thing.
obviously, we do have some Breath of Sindragosa enjoyers here.
Yep.
And like I enjoyed it myself personally when I was raiding on it for a bit. I've been playing it this tier. I'm one of the goats, by the way. My Frosty K is absolutely insane. If you guys didn't know.
yeah, no raid
But,
frames, no
I mean,
problem.
Yeah. Dranos knows. Like I was
Yeah,
dead
yeah.
for the last minute of our prod kill, and I was still top damage.
Yeah, that was
No,
crazy.
but it's been well received whenever they take away some of these unnecessary parts of certain classes, like Blood Talons being one of them, or Blackout Combo. And I get that there are a lot of people who have grown attached to what the classes offered gameplay wise, but obviously with the removal of add-ons, it's gonna make it so much worse to play.
Yeah, I think the thing is like Cloudburst Totem, Breath of Sindragosa, something that was true for these is if you screwed up your Cloudburst Totem gameplay, it was like awful, right? If you screwed up Breath of Sindragosa, it was a disaster for your rotation, right? Like
Yeah.
the actual gameplay of playing it optimally was fun, but a big part of those abilities is that they are like, it's not one of those things. It's not like Rep Pally Core rotation where if you press Judgment when you were actually supposed to press Final Verdict or whatever, you lose 2% damage. It's like if you drop your breath 20 seconds before you were supposed to, game over, right? They come to your house and then they kill you, right? Like that level of punishment for screwing up your rotation, I think is something that they're really trying to take away. Is like, and I think, well, at least I think that's a good thing to do. I think that if you screw up your rotation, and it's not like a huge screw up, you should lose like a bit of damage, and it shouldn't just be all over for the next 20 seconds for you or whatever. And a lot of the abilities they're taking away were ones that were more like, it was more lethal to grief your rotation a little bit.
Here's okay. This is a little bit of a topic change, but I think I found the polarization of the reaction to this stuff kind of interesting. I've heard some people say, and I've even felt this way myself. I mean, this is how I personally feel. I'm going to before I get really mad, I'm going to play a class that I love, and I play because I love logging in and I know kind of how the rotation's going to go, and I love it. And then I'm going to log on alpha, and it's going to be different and less fun, and that's going to be this is not the same for me, right? That is my biggest fear. That is when I would genuinely be like, I don't like this. I'm waiting for that to happen for me personally. Okay, there's a lot of people that are freaking out and there's a few classes that I've read in the patch notes where, okay, if I mained that class and they did that to it, maybe I would feel that way. That would be Windwalker or one of these classes for me where I would just be like, what have they done to this? At least it seems that way. And then, so some people are just before even playing it, they're doing the opposite thing. They're like, I'm going to be mad before I even try this. Before I even see what the game looks like without add-ons, whatever. I'm mad. But you can't really wait to see for a lot of people because a lot of people aren't going to get an alpha today.
Like Dorky.
Like Dorky.
Come on, man.
It's so sad. Dorky, hashtag not free Dorky, but hashtag let him in. Let him in.
Hashtag imprison Dorky.
Yeah, get him in there. You don't have the opportunity to wait. If you really don't like the direction that things are going, you need to give that feedback, right? Or else, because they said this is an alpha's alpha. This is not War Within Alpha, which all of us talked about was a very completed game. Ian even said recently, these previous alphas have been for better or worse, we've figured this shit out and you can play it for now. But they said this one, it's gonna feel like an alpha because we're not done with this yet. They even said in patch notes, dev notes, in the Resto Shaman thing, we're removing Healing Surge, but we're not sure about this. You let us know if this feels like shit, right? So at the same time, it's easy to say be reasonable and wait till you play it and see if it sucks to give your feedback. But if you feel really strongly about it, those decisions are being made kind of soon. So you do need to, if they're going to make a change, if your class genuinely feels much worse, it's kind of hard to say wait until you play it, because if you wait until you've pre-purchased the expansion and you get beta, that might be around the time where some of those decisions aren't going to be made, right? So I do understand people that are very vocal if they feel bad, even if I feel like I'm probably going to wait around and see.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think that there is definitely a lot of the reactions are knee-jerk to just seeing the list of things that have been removed from your spec. It's definitely worth noting that for a lot of those specs, there are just several under construction talent points on the talent tree right now, and hopefully those, provide some return of some of the gameplay. I do think that you're right, though. There are some specs that are getting a little bit griefed. I was looking at Fury Warrior, and Fury Warrior is just the same as it is on live, but the Blade Storm's been shot, and I don't know what they're accomplishing with that. But I think that you're right, though, that okay, so I guess if you want to give feedback and you don't have alpha and you can't play it, is try to actually look at what does the rotation look like now, rather than just the list of the patch notes. Try and look at okay, what does a talent build look like now? And I think if I was Blizzard, I think they on a few of these classes they've swung a bit too far in the killing complexity direction, and they should look to add back in complexity that isn't punishing if you screw it up. I do think that that's going to be the key to this, is that you want complexity like Ret Paladin rotation, where it's if you press one of the top 3 buttons to press in any given spot, you're doing fine. And the difference between a great player and a good player is that last 5%, right? Rather than 30%.
Yeah, I don't buy the whole some of them needing to come back. I mean, so first of all, I think Blizzard should keep their philosophy behind almost all the changes they're making, because almost all of the blue posts they made regarding how they want the game to be made in Midnight was a massive W for me. I felt listened to. I felt heard when they just talked about Blood Decay or talked about all these different classes.
Yeah, the dev notes
talked
were
about
good.
how they wanted
Yeah, like okay, like Resto
direction of
Shaman.
combat, etc.
Resto Shaman's like barren of stuff now. It is actually
Yeah,
like a 4-button spec.
yeah, I agree with you, Dorky. Like the notes, when I read the notes, I'm like, I completely agree with this. But also, what has happened a lot in WoW, and this probably happens in developing anything, especially a live service game, is you can come up with your theory of why you can read a dev note and just be like, I 100% fuck with this. Like they are so right, and then they come out with a thing and it just doesn't hit. And it's just because like you can have the right idea behind stuff and it just doesn't actually work out that way. I think wasn't there something like this in the last expansion with dungeons? It was the interrupt thing. It was the thing.
Yeah, exactly. Like
Yeah.
the philosophy sounds good. Even the AoE cap, right? Like they say a lot of things that sound good and make sense, right? And then it actually is not like the implementation does still matter.
Yeah,
on this.
like the implementation for sure. Like Dorky is exactly right. Like you read it, I was also happy to read that stuff, but then also it is possible that they went too far on some specs, maybe, and maybe not far enough. I am not aware of this on others, but also you are going to see some reaction from people who've been playing the game because, actually, how do you guys feel about what do you think the direction for these changes? Where like I've heard a lot of people say this is to make the game more approachable for new players as a big thing, and I think that's part of it.
Yeah, or even just like existing players that are feeling intimidated off of trying a new spec. Like, how often have you had the experience of somebody's like, "Oh, hey, can you tank this key, or can you DPS this one?" And you're just like, "I don't have that set up. I don't know how that spec works," and it's like an intimidating amount of stuff that you'd need to learn before you could actually.
I mean, some of
reasonably
it's just
do a
obviously
keystone.
stupid. Like, so I don't know anything about Arcane Mage, but from what I heard, there's like a weak aura that you need that will tell you exactly when to Arcane Barrage, like after 10 different conditions.
Yeah.
Like that is fucking stupid.
that
Like,
is
you should not
genuinely
have to have a weak aura that tells you when to hit your button. And
I think
so,
that's a
like,
huge part of it
recently
is that they don't want there to be any advantage that you even can gain from an add-on, especially because they're all going away in combat, right? Like there will no an add-on that tells you any sort of conditional is going to be gone.
I think a lot of
Yeah,
the
'cause,
class.
I mean,
Go ahead, Dorky.
I was just gonna say real quick, like I was also like looking at Fury Warrior real quick. Obviously, it's like a pretty simple class, but like when I was looking at the Wowhead guide, it's like, all right, you should use this conditional execute weak aura to know when the button glows to hit it. I'm like, this is fucking stupid. Like, why is this how I should be playing the class?
When again, like whether they're doing this for new players or existing players, I had some people earlier saying like this is just a war between existing players and new players, and I don't think that's the right way to phrase it. Like specifically with combat add-ons, I've seen people say they're removing all add-ons. That's not quite true. I think some things are certainly being broken that are past the scope of purely combat add-ons that we can talk about, and that's. But the whole we're removing combat add-ons thing is something that I think they have done for the existing player base. That is something that we have complained about for years, right? Of, we don't want things solving this in our fights and stuff like that. We don't want to have to track a million things because there's so many stops. You need to do like clearly the arms race between what they're designing versus what you have available to you. What I think people maybe are a little surprised by is the cost, right? Like it's easy to say, okay, we want all Fractalist type weak auras and bosses like that and Brood Twister type stuff. We just never want to interact with that ever again. The approval rating of that statement is very high for anyone who's ever interacted with those things. But what they don't know is what they're losing to obtain that. To, as Ian says, put everything that's involving in combat in a black box, and you can't access this information, right? And that's not even getting into what kind of things there might be done to get around those things, if that's even possible, right? But like, I think all this other stuff breaking is enough for people to be like, well, I didn't know this is what I was signing up for when I asked for that, right? But clearly this is the nuclear option that will work. Like private auras didn't work. But I am interested to see what actually changes, because they said anything you want to do to customize or color your UI or make your UI look a certain way, that will be maintained. But I believe that's not entirely true, right? It sounds like from a lot of the add-on developers, we'll give it some time, but it sounds like a lot of stuff is cooked.
Well, a lot of stuff that you think of as customization is requiring logic, right? It's like,
Correct.
oh,
Yeah,
you
depends
want
on
your
what you mean
you
by
want your execute to
customization.
glow when it's usable. Well, that requires information
Yeah.
that execute is usable, right? And like that, an add-on just can't know that anymore, right? An add-on can't know, oh, that your Reaver's Glaive is ready, right? Like that, those sorts of pieces of information people think of as part of their like UI package, but it is doing logic on the game world, and they're taking that away.
Yeah, I mean, you can still add icons and stuff. If you want to like add like an anime portrait to your talent window or whatever, like that's all still possible. So it's not like they're actually removing
Yeah,
any of the customization. It's just like when it comes to conditional stuff and like all that, it's getting removed. And I mean,
yeah,
I personally use a lot of those, by the way. Like I abuse the fuck out of weak auras. In fact, that's like a skill in this game if you want to play at a high level.
Oh,
If you
and
want to play
they
this game at a
100%.
cited
high level,
that.
you just need,
That was a big
yeah,
part of
you
the post is like they don't want being good at WoW to mean being good at making your UI good.
And that
right,
that
exactly.
and
Because I mean,
everyone
like
agrees.
that's part of my skill, and I am getting nerfed hard by this, by the way. Like
Right.
I'm one of the players that is getting absolutely fucked by this. I make a shit ton of weak auras. I have a bunch of stuff for my classes, like a bunch of like APL built-in stuff for my class stuff, etc. And it is gonna hammer me down big time, but I am all for this change. That I think it'll be much healthier for the game. I also find it to be much more interesting to play than just having to have this as a skill.
Yeah, I also wonder. My guess for this initially is removing combat add-ons, if anything, was going to increase the delta between the average, like let's just say, cutting edge raider and like a world first raider. It's gonna add-ons generally help, the people. The lower skill you go, the more things like that are a crutch. And then in Mythic Plus, it's like some of the high end Mythic Plus teams. Sometimes your ability to make good weak auras in practice is what separates you from other teams. So I just really wonder like who that's going to affect and what the actual impact on the game is going to be. Like it's hard to even tell in the short term because I think this is a long-term thing. It also does feel like you said Dragonflight 2.0. It really does feel like, at least if you've been playing the game, it does feel like a significantly new game. Like things are changing for us maybe going into this expansion more than any other expansion recently.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge like paradigm shift. I think a big part as well is like, what are raid fights going to look like? What can they do that will be interesting and fun that they couldn't do before? And what sorts of fights could they make before that they now can't make because we aren't going to be able to solve them with add-ons, right? Like that. I think there's a good chance that this first tier, and I think this is not a new take for me or anything, but like a lot of people have been saying this, right? Where it's like there's a good chance this first tier is going to be a little scuffed in terms of like them figuring out how they can design good fights under these new.
I feel like I don't buy that at all. I mean, would you not say that this current raid could have been a non-weak aura fight or
So
a non-weak aura
everything
raid?
outside of Fractalus, probably, but
And even Fractalus, you could
Right, but
probably
like
still
even
do
just
that,
like
right?
the tuning and design of figuring out, like even just like figuring out how long you need to adjust the timer of, Dimensia's reverse gravities or whatever to make it so that people have an appropriate reaction time in a world without weak auras, especially like when you had to make that triple Venn diagram setup, and so you needed pretty precise like placements.
oh yeah, you need
Figuring out tuning like, oh, do we add plus 1 seconds, plus 3 seconds? Do we not need to add any time at all? Can they still do like guessing that without having built up some experience on it? I imagine is going to be. I think there's a good chance that they'll get it wrong on some of those.
I
sorts of
think they're going to
decisions.
get it wrong on individual mechanics, but not bosses. This is something that people, which is pretty much what you're saying. Like there's
Yeah.
a lot of misinterpretation of like how weak auras affect raids, because I think especially if you're watching it as a spectacle and not something you participate in, it is like weak auras. You just see them on your screen, and you just think it's like dominating what you're doing. It's actually pretty rare. I looked at this the other day. Like 3 of the top 5 hardest bosses ever, had basically no weak auras that did anything that helped you at all outside of like obviously raid leaders are going to matter more now if they are nerfing some like reminder stuff you can do. Who knows what that'll end up being, but the actual fight, like as far as like you need a weak aura to solve this mechanic, they have made like the hardest bosses ever that have basically none of that. Like look at a boss like Dimensius. You used the example of the Venn diagrams in P1, which would have been way harder given the time if you didn't know like who was supposed to be back or something. But you'd have a priority. You'd get used to the people that you're playing with. But like think about moving across for gravities, right? Like there's a version of that mechanic that requires a backup weak aura to make sure there's exactly the same amount of people in each thing in the exact right spot. But the reality is one goes on a healer, one goes on a melee or a tank, and one goes on a ranged, and everyone basically goes to the same spot every time. So you don't actually need. They created an extremely difficult, precise timing mechanic that didn't need markers, assignments, or really anything. It's like you have the ability. Holandris, one of the hardest bosses of all time. There was everything that you needed in that fight was in game. The bomb timer above your head, everything like that. Everything that made that boss hard was purely doable. So it's possible for them to still make extremely difficult stuff with what we're losing not really mattering. It's the small stuff. It's what kind of information you have available to you. But now your classes, not all of them maybe, or who knows by how much, but like your classes are easier, right? So like them shifting the difficulty from you having to play your class into more you having to play the fight, and then them making adjustments. I think it's probably just like in the first couple tiers, there's going to be one mechanic that is like, man, if we had a week over for this, it'd be so much easier, and it's like the biggest part of the fight, and then they realize they can't do things like that. But outside of that, I don't think the growing pains are going to be that bad.
The good news is, like, if they mess up on this axis of just like, oh, they didn't give us enough seconds on this, like, that's very easy for them to fix immediately with a hot fix, right? And then if they mess up in the other direction of like, oh, we gave them way too many seconds, well, then that's just an easy mechanic, right? Like that, a fight can have an easy mechanic and it's fine. So it wouldn't be the end of the world in either case. And even if it was like, oh, we accidentally made the tier way too easy because we overcompensated for taking this stuff away, it's also just not that bad to make a tier that's too easy. That happens in some tiers, and some people really like that even. So, and if they make the tier too hard, that's also fixable pretty quick with you do it on the reset, and all of a sudden it's fine as long as they are willing to quickly, bigly nerf if they need to.
I also don't buy this whole narrative that's been going around that classes are going to be far too easy. Because, I mean, I feel like a lot of people were relying on weak wars as a crutch to play their classes. And for all that to go away, it'll make the decision making a little bit more difficult. Now, obviously, I can't speak for all classes, right? Like, some of the classes I literally don't know anything about, but like just for like the ones that I've played and that I looked at and that I'm aware of, like aka like all the tanks, the DKs, the Havoc, the Boomkin, etc. And like I swear people always say like, oh, these classes are easy, like Frost DK is so easy. Last season it was Boomkin and the Holy DK, right? And even like Arcane Mage was considered easy. BM Hunter now. Well, where the fuck are all these players? Like, how is it that simultaneously it's so easy, and every player that I run into, like up to title keys, are just complete dog shit? Like, I don't understand how people suck so bad at playing Frost DK or Boomkin or like, you know, Unholy DK, Arcane Mage, etc., BM Hunter. Like, why is that nobody does any damage?
I think they're
they
just
like,
saying
don't understand their priorities or like their optimal. Like, there's a bunch of little optimizations that they just like don't really understand. Whether it be like understanding Bone Grinder for Frost DK or like understanding their exact priority and hitting global perfect.
I think what they're talking about is whenever people say a class is really easy, they're saying relative to other things as far as how well you could like log on a class and then do a relatively good rotation on a dummy with nothing else happening. They're usually talking about the skill floor. And I do think that the skill floor of different classes is vastly different for sure. Like if you are somewhat knowledgeable about the game, there are some classes you could pick up and be like, yeah, I could pick this up pretty quick, and some that would definitely take more time. But they're not talking about mastery. Like this game, what you're saying is true. This game's like insanely fucking hard. Like PvE WoW is very, 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 very hard. You don't. How many perfect players have you guys run into? Players that can call out literally everything, never mess up, do as much damage as you can possibly do. The answer is no. There's literally no one that does that because
there's a massive gap between players.
Yeah, this game's just crazy fucking hard, right? So the only issue I would have with them, in quotes, like simplifying the game would be if now it's like, well, being as good as you can possibly be is relatively attainable, and you see a lot of people like that, and there's less things that separate you from someone else. That would make the mastery of the game less fun. But no one's at that point now. People are celebrated for getting close to that point, but no, there are people, the good names you guys know of that you all are like, this guy's fucking goated. Those people mess up all the time because this game's like impossible. So like, I would only be worried as if it was like, that was no longer the case. Like if you're pulling up with the best DK you've ever seen into some random guy in a heroic, he's going to do just as good as you on every pull because they made the game that easy. But I just don't think that's going to be the case.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that being possible. Like, I don't know. I play with some people. I play with like some of the best players in my guild. I think are like approaching that ceiling on one spec of what will soon be 40 in the game, right? And that's like and even then, it's there are mistakes made, even if not big ones, like huge numbers of rotational mistakes are still being made by even those players, and that's like, there's like one or two people I'm thinking of on one or two specs that's true for in my guild, and then everybody else is like even worse than that. So I don't know. I do think there's a lot of room for WoW, for the skill floor to go up and the skill ceiling to come down, and there to still be no players that are at the ceiling like that in WoW, especially like you said, because there's so much other stuff going on. I don't know. It is weird though, because I agree with you, Dorky. Like there are a lot of, if you go on like Reddit or whatever and you talk about a spec, there will be people calling it easy, even though those people are like blue parsing in normal or whatever, and they're just calling
Yeah.
a spec easy.
Dude, you know what's the worst is when people have archaic knowledge. It's like Havoc Demon Hunter, for example. You know how like Havoc has notoriously been considered a quote unquote easy spec, and or how like BM Hunter is quote unquote squishy. Like none of
Right.
that is just true nowadays. It's been so different over these years, but people still have that
Well, I mean,
notion
part of that is
like
like there's 40 specs in the game. You like remember, you learn something about a spec, and then 2 patches later it changes, but like you don't get the memo that it changes, and you say it the next time you hear about that spec, right? Like I'm guilty of doing this at least.
yeah. But yeah, like I kind of want to touch on the whole healer subject too. Can
Yeah,
you pull it up?
What do you mean?
Oh, where was
yeah,
it?
the healing post. Let me find it.
What do you mean?
They made a whole blue post about
I'll
how
DM you
healing
it,
is going
Max,
to be
if you
fixed
want.
again.
Yeah, I'll pull it up.
Yo, is Wowhead not loading?
Loaded for me.
I got it. One second. I'm gonna have to move my my camera from the middle. Yeah, can you give me some cliff notes?
They're
Summarize.
they want healing to be less about like big spike cooldown healing and more about picking the right spells and healing the right targets, and they want damage to be less like spiky.
Isn't this what we've been
Heard the
asking
story 10
like?
times.
Yes, not only is it what we've
Yeah.
been asking for, but it's also what the War Within and Dragonflight healing philosophy blue post basically said.
Yeah. We hear you guys.
I think that one big piece of the puzzle that isn't in this post, but was a prerequisite to actually accomplishing this, is pruning defensives. And they actually are doing that this expansion. Like last expansion, they talked about doing all this stuff with healers, but then they added a defensive for everybody in their hero talent tree. And this time around, they're actually taking away 1 to 3 defensives depending on your spec from pretty much everybody, in addition to taking away one healer cooldown roughly from each of the healer specs.
Yeah, that's
not
gonna
actually
matter.
removing it from the game in a lot of cases, but like putting it on a choice node with another one, so you can't have both
Yeah, this
anymore
is-
with like Ascendance and Healing Tide.
This is the first time they've done this and actually done it. But because of that, it's
Right.
polarizing because you're reading these things being removed. I also, if you're talking about like people complaining, like feeling a lot of negativity, it's because a lot of people do not look at the game as like the whole scope of every class. You are a normal human, so you look out for your own self-interest, and maybe you play a shaman. And you're not thinking about what everyone else is losing. You're just like, I'm losing Stone Bulwark Totem or something. And that, if I'm thinking about the content I'm doing right now, and if I lose that, that's bad. But you're not looking at what everyone else is losing and like what your raid frames could be like, what they could look like, with a reduction of everything. You're just being like, this is bad for me in the short term until I see it play out. Right.
Yeah, and again, we fall into the trap of thinking about what if these changes were applied to the current game. But like, a lot of healers talk about wanting healing frames to look like they did on Sludgefist again, and I think that a lot of this is a prerequisite for that. I don't think that necessarily the healer complexity needs to go down. Again, for some specs like Resto Shaman, maybe they're taking it a bit too far with this first swing at it, but I think they're like 90% of the way of they maybe went 10% too far or something like that on a few of these specs, but they've done mostly the right stuff with doing this. And then their goal is to like make it so that a ramp isn't as much of a launch sequence of 10 specific buttons you need to press in the right order to do a ramp on some of the ramp healers. And I think that's also admirable. Again, especially if we're
Yeah.
moving to a world. If we're trying to move to a world where you aren't just always pressing the exact same ramp at the exact same timestamp in a fight, which I don't know if that is what we're doing, but because I worry a little bit that you're still going to want probably your healer cooldowns to be assigned at specific spots, with how, like, otherwise how can a fight be hard if you don't need to do that? But that part I'm still
Well, so they're
not
taking a stab
sure
at that,
about.
right? Because I mean,
Yeah.
they are removing some cooldowns, which has been the game for a while now, right? Like,
Yeah, and
for
removing
the past
defensives
few
is a huge part as
expansions.
well for high-end gameplay,
Yeah, exactly,
right? Like,
yeah.
you think about doing a high-end
Defensive and
key
raid
or
cooldowns.
raid, right? It's like a large part of like how do you survive this is if a DPS player dies, it's usually the DPS player's fault, not the healer's fault. And that's like not fun for healers, right? Like healers want to be the person who, if I play good, people live. If I play bad, people die. And if you're a healer right now, when somebody dies, you get frustrated because like that idiot didn't press a defensive and they were supposed to.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe.
I've talked with a bunch of healers, and like recently, healing has just been all right. You just trade cooldowns. It's like literally PvP. It's like okay, boss does mechanic. All right, you react to mechanic by pressing raid cooldown, and then boss does another mechanic. You react to that by pressing another raid cooldown. You're just like doing cooldown Tetris, and that is like so much less enjoyable to play. Because I mean, so as a Resto Druid expert myself, I was talking with a bunch of other Resto Druids like JB and Growl, and we were talking about like what were the best times of playing Resto Druid, and we kind of agreed on BFA, where it was you didn't really have cooldowns. All you had was Trank. You didn't have like Convoke and all this other bullshit, Flourish, etc. And your moment to moment globals are so much more important back then. It was like, okay, if you were doing a proper setup on a certain heal with just like, rejuves, regrows, and wild growths, like that was how you healed encounters. It's not just this cooldown Tetris. It's like, all right, you might have like fucked up your globals a bit. So, I mean, you just like slam a raid cooldown and everyone's fine. So it just makes it so that the complexity has shifted rather than reduced, is how I see it.
I mean, also this is another thing that they're gonna definitely have to get really right, because this is majorly different. Like the way that they have done damage to you is very spiky for years, for at least since the end of Shadowlands.
Right.
Right. So like now they're gonna have to, if they're talking about, that sounds difficult to me. Like when you're looking at how much damage you're taking, they're gonna have to make it so, this kind of stuff is going to work again. That is like a direct departure from everything they've designed in the last 4 years. Maybe some people, as long as they've worked at Blizzard, where it's their job to decide exactly how that works, is just like going back to something that existed before they even worked there. So I think that could be something that requires adjustment.
Yeah, I think this is another candidate for potential growing pain, right? Of like, have we made the fight too spiky still? Have we made it too much rot damage? Like more than actually the healers have fun handling? Have we made it so there's not enough, and then everybody's like two healing every fight of because like healers are one of the areas where a good healer is way better than a bad healer, right? So like if you make a fight that 4 Hall of Fame raiders can heal reasonably, can 2 Race to World First healers heal that? Possibly. I don't know, if you make it so that there's not like a total number of cooldowns check, maybe.
Also, the reality is, no healer knows what they want. You can't satisfy healers, man. Like I swear to God, that role out of any role has the most subgroups of players. Because, like for example, you have healers that want to only heal and never press any damage globals. They don't want to have to do anything except for heal. If they signed up as a healer, if they have a plus sign next to their name, that's their job. Why the hell am I doing damage? Leave that for the DPS. And then you also have the healers who are like, all right, I'm sitting in cat form, and if I have to press a healing global on you, you might as well just be dead. You better not take any damage. And then there's also like, all right, well, how much amount of healing do they want? Do they want to be like extremely reactive, where you just have to like be pressing global perfect and HP bars yo-yo up and down, or would you want it to be like more of like a slow filling of the buckets? There's just like too much different wants from healers to the point where like you can't really satisfy one massive group of players. And like I just don't even know what healers want, because I've talked with so many different healers before, and their opinions on certain dungeons or raid fights. Some of them are like, oh dude, this is like the best dungeon ever, like there's like super intense healing fights, and some of them is like, dude, this is just so fucking exhausting. Like who the fuck created Ruby life pools? Like this is such a fucking pain. Like I'm just so stressed out the entire time, and like so you don't know what healers even want.
You remember Kajin the Unyielding, the like HPS boss in Halls of Infusion? where it was just like this requires you to do a certain amount of HPS to live the fight, or Candle King in that Dark Flame Cleft, right? Like those bosses are
Yeah.
some healers' favorite, and then there are some healers who are like, I hate this. This is, you know, I'm so stressed the whole time. This is so hard. You know, why is it like this? So I agree. It's going to be very tough to make everybody happy. I think Blizzard should just try and focus on making JB in particular happy, because
Yeah.
he will have the most biting sarcasm if you get it wrong for him.
Yeah, but that's entertaining.
Well, I was
Twitter.
thinking the opposite.
Yeah, I'm thinking the
You want to
opposite.
piss him off so that he can, yeah.
So
yeah,
he
we're
can
doing the
post some
opposite for
banger
sure.
fucking tweets. I don't want a happy JB. He's so funny when
Okay,
he's
yeah, I guess
mad.
that would be weird to consider as well. the
Yeah, what does a
prospect
happy
of-
JB even look like? Have you ever wait a second. Have you guys ever seen
I
that?
assume it's like a 5-second experience, and then that
Yeah, he
becomes-
just, like,
then
doesn't
switches
say
back
it?
to like baseline angry.
That sucks. Yeah. What do you guys
I mean,
think
I
about?
think whatever it is, we need to satisfy the most amount of healers.
He
Yeah, what do you
grows hair. He fucking grows hair if he's happy, bro. It's just like it grows if he's happy,
it's
and
like
it goes
the-
away if he's sad.
What do you call those? You know what I'm talking about? The dolls that like grow hair.
Oh yeah, Labubu.
Labubu, you have a Labubu, Dorky?
No, not the Lubus. It's like some like old shit. It's like.
Are you talking about those chia pets?
Yeah, the chia pet.
Dude, holy moly. Dude, what do you guys think
Deep
about
cut.
okay, so there's two things I noticed that they did, and maybe this is exclusive to Shadow Priest, but they took like their kick and their personal out of their spec tree and gave it to them baseline. I thought that was kind of cool. That's something that like they've done with every other class and just didn't do with that one, and it seemed like that's something that should have happened. And then also they removed kick from what, specifically Resto Druid? For healers?
Yeah, Skull Bash.
Wonder why.
Yeah, it's so funny. It's like there must always be a healer that doesn't have kick, so that they can complain.
Well, don't priests? Healer priests did not get kick, did they?
Oh, I guess not. No.
Yeah,
so I
because
guess
they
there's
made
multiple
it.
healers
I
now that
believe
have it.
Vampiric Embrace, Dispersion, and Silence are now learned by Shadow as you level baseline and are no longer in the tree, but they are not. So I guess Priest isn't the only healer that doesn't have a kick now. I wonder why they specifically did it to Resto Druid. Do you think it was the form swapping?
I mean-
definitely.
I imagine there were a lot of cases where, like, somebody expected a druid to kick, and that druid was not a druid that kicked, because kicking involves going into cat form, which is not that druid's playstyle, and so like
Or
that,
they kick
that
and
caused
they just
social
like skull
friction.
bash directly into a swirly. I've seen JB do that a lot. I've been playing with JB this season a bunch, and he would just be like, "Oh god damn it!" He like when I call his kick, and he just like headbutts into a mob and just instantly implodes.
Yeah, I mean, I
I-
will say the experience of going into cat form and then charging a target to kick is a bad one. Is it a worse experience for a lot of the high-end druid players than not having a kick? No. Like, obviously, not having a kick sucks, right? Like, if you're a high-end player,
actually,
it's just like...
I would say most high-end healers prefer not having a kick. I think it was like Zaylee who mentioned this before. Like I remember watching a stream one time, and he fucking hates healer kicks. Because I would say a lot of high-end healers hate.
Yeah,
having
okay,
a
so
healer
I guess
kick. Doesn't
the
it?
idea of healers having a kick is one thing, but if some healer specs have it and your healer spec doesn't...
Well,
it's
no,
like,
not even
oh,
that. I'm saying like
they're not
healer
gonna invite
kicks
me.
in general.
Right,
Like,
exactly.
Having a healer kick in general means
Like if they took all
they
of
have
them
an extra
away, I think people would
responsibility.
be happy. But I think if they just take your
Right.
your specs now, and now it's like, oh, Resto Druid has just lost a lot of like equity in being the healer in any given season
Yeah,
because
yeah.
it doesn't have a kick.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's one of those funny things where you have players who are like, "Oh, thank God the kick is gone," but then you have other players who are like, "Wait, but I want agency." You know, like the pug healer in particular, they want to be able to kick a volley if someone fucks up. But what people don't realize too is by having more kicks in the game, Blizzard will design encounters that have more kicks. So it's kind of like a chicken before the egg problem. It's like, all right,
Right.
well, now that healers have kick and you have 5 kicks in your group, Blizzard is expecting to have more interrupts in these dungeons.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it has to be. I think when it was just Resto Shaman, that kind of worked because they clearly didn't design around. Like it was like, oh, a nice bonus of having a Resto Shaman.
Yeah, it was a
is
niche
that we have an
utility
extra
for them.
kick, right? But now that it's like most healers have one, most groups have a healer kick, and so yeah, I think they should probably take more healer kicks away or give it back to Druid and give one to Priest as well. And I do agree, like maybe probably healers would be happy if it went back to just Resto Shaman having it.
And it's kind of cool that way too, because it's like you have that one healer spec that has unique utility, and it doesn't. It's not overbearing in M plus.
Okay, what other stuff we guys wanna cover? Is Alpha up yet? I don't.
No, apparently they just released tier sets.
Oh,
So it might
Good golly.
be kind of fun to. This wouldn't be great like YouTube podcast content, but maybe browse them and see if there's any like intro expansion themes, and then give some takes on it. Oh wait,
I
no,
see-
sorry, these are
it's the mods.
it's the mods.
Yeah.
Okay, that's even better.
Holy moly.
All right, what goes hard?
Warlock looks kind of. Wait,
Boot is sick. Holy ho.
Warrior looks
like the Druid
exactly
one a lot.
like an old Warrior one.
Well, yeah, some of these look like the old ones. Like Paladin looks
Yeah.
like.
Rogue also looks pretty.
Priest Helm goes hard. I mean, if you've made like over 30 tier sets at this point, and your class theme is just one thing, it's actually so hard for them to make bangers, probably. But sometimes they
Yeah.
I
do.
mean, I think these look cool, but they are pretty similar to some of the older ones.
Yo, Warlock looks sick. Oh, did you guys see that change? So there was two changes actually, in the big notes that I thought were really cool. Number one, diminishing returns are changing in PvE. So
Oh yeah.
if you're on stun DR in PvE only, it will keep DRing, but it won't immune. So like you can do a micro stun after a DR and still get a stop potentially. That is really good in raid. And it's certainly something I think they're doing because you probably won't have Omni CD for stops and stuff like that. So if you have a bunch of people with stuns, it makes it less important for everyone to stun perfectly because the DR is no longer a thing. That's really good. And then there was another one. This is big for both the way loot is distributed right now and for transmog collectors. But if you kill, let's say you get the mythic appearance of a raid, it will automatically give you the heroic, normal, and LFR. If you ever get an appearance for a certain difficulty, you will automatically obtain all of the ones under it instantly. And I think that is something that is going to save transmog collectors a lot of time. But it's really, really good for people. What was happening was people were going into heroics and normals and LFRs and rolling need on items they don't actually need for transmog. And then people who actually needed them were like not able to roll. It was much harder to get loot they needed for power. And now that should be less of an issue as well. So I feel like that was another like really good change.
Also,
Yeah.
did you see the catalyst too?
Yup.
If you get force set, you can just catalyze pieces, right, or some shit like that.
It's once you get 4-piece, once you have 4-piece in any way, catalyst charges start dropping from the game. So what that should do is, what happens right now is people are like afraid to use their catalyst charge on something of a lower track because they're like, well, what if I get a better one and then I waste this charge? If you do it to just get your 4-piece, you'll be able to just catalyze your higher piece when you get it. Ideally, we don't know exactly
Yeah,
how
that's such a
often
nice
they will
change.
drop, but
That's huge.
I
Yeah,
mean-
I mean, assuming it'll basically be infinite charges for somebody that like you can just always farm one if you need one.
correct, yeah.
And one more change that was kind of big was they increased interrupts, the lockouts, by 2 seconds, except for Rogue. Rogue got 3 seconds, from 3-second lockout to 6 seconds. Like, this is significant. It is insane to me that back in Dragonflight Season 2, they specifically nerfed this for PvP. And they were like, don't worry, guys. This won't affect PvE. The interrupts are not going to be as bad in PvE. Turns out that was a fucking lie. Like, obviously, as usual, they just, like, say some shit and it completely fucks over what they actually try to accomplish. And they're going back on that. So that's actually really big for spam bolts. Because there's nothing worse than bolt slop in M+. That's what I've been seeing people call
Bolt
it. I
slop?
fucking love that
Yeah, that's
word. It's
actually
so
a good way to put
Yeah,
it.
because
That's crazy.
you do a dungeon like Halls of Atonement or Priory, you're just getting fucking gunned down by bolts, and there's nothing more unfun than going into a bolt slop dungeon and just getting absolutely
Yeah.
hammered by bolts.
Dude,
So this is like huge.
Isn't this? I'm really surprised they didn't do this earlier this expansion when they had this whole. Go ahead, Darnos. I think you're on the same track I'm at.
I think it actually maybe pulls a little bit like I read this initially and I thought the same, and then I was like, hang on a second. Doesn't this mean the gap between getting your kick munched by accidentally sunning over it and not is now bigger, right? Like, now if you miss a kick on an ability and you accidentally stop it instead, you are losing 2 or 3 extra seconds of lockout time.
Yeah.
So it's like, I actually think it might make that situation even a little bit worse now, because like actually landing the interrupt has become twice as important.
Well-
and the problem with the stop change is that it made it so that you would sometimes like munch an interrupt, and especially in like a pug situation, you'd lose that.
Well, I think there's multiple layers of this, but I'm just surprised they didn't do this earlier in the expansion, because they clearly made changes in an exact dev note that was just,
Yeah.
we want to have interrupts be more important and more powerful in relative to the amount of like 1 million stops people have. Like, that was the goal, and that's why they made those things recast if they were stopped and not interrupted. And I feel like this change happening then would have just gone directly along that line of thinking and would have made it even better still to make sure you got kicks on those things. And there's another element to this as well. I know they've made some recent changes in Mythic Plus to make like stops and casts and stuff less important. With them, potentially you not being able to track someone else's interrupt and not being able to track someone else's stops, they're going to have
Is
to
that
do.
true, by the way?
I believe that is true. I believe all of that stuff should be included in what Ian says is the black box of information that the add-on API will not be able to go through,
Well-
which is when other people use their cooldowns.
The black box even is black box is like information add-ons can display but not do logic on. I'm not even sure they can display that to you, like
Correct.
show you your group's kicks. So I think it
So,
might even be
which
more.
which is why
Yeah.
what makes me think that too is them making this change, because if you're talking about the single thing that this will help the most, if you guys have ever had a kick weak aura for a single target raid boss thing, so like the platforms on Nexus King where like you just have kicks you need to get routinely, there's a million bosses like this, but this is the most recent notable one. You having 2 or 3 more seconds on your lockout for each individual kick on a boss like that will make the need for kick weak auras significantly less, and that makes me think that you will not have access to that information.
I would hope so. So personally, I am a huge Omni CD hater. I fucking hate Omni CD, especially as like, usually the shot caller of the group. There's nothing worse than just the whole entire left side of my screen filled with the external cooldowns and then the kicks tracks and all the stops and stuff, and I'm just having to like do some fucking 10D math to figure out who's going next on the kicks and stops while worrying about my own rotation and stuff. But I also heard that they might be implementing it in game. Like I don't know how true this is. Like maybe they're
Omni
not
CD
actually
in game.
adding it in game.
I mean,
themselves.
that's
Yeah.
just you basically at that point you just have to guess. That would be a great interview question, actually. You just have to guess if that's something, that information they feel like you should have or you shouldn't. Because if I'm a new player in this game and I'm looking at a stream, the Omni CD of everyone's available shit might be one of the most daunting things possible. You're thinking at the same time, why do I need all this information? And you're also wondering what the fuck those abilities even are. The knowledge gap you need to even zone into that dungeon increases significantly. And if you can't see that, and if they design the game to where you don't need to know that, that lowers the barrier entry and the skill level like significantly down, as far as like just the knowledge base you need to just get into this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, or just make it so that it's more personal, where it's like we talked about before, where each person handles their own mob. But one shout out though to Fellowship. I don't know if you guys know how the interrupts work in that game. They actually have like a really cool system where if you focus a mob, it'll show that person's little portrait next to the mob. So like say a Demon Hunter focuses one of the casters, right? It'll show the Demon Hunter's portrait next to the mob so that everyone knows that person is focusing that mob, and it'll glow the frame or glow like, their frame, like the Demon Hunter icon, if their kick should be next. And if they kick, it'll show it on cooldown. So not only does that show like who can be on what, but it'll also give an idea of
Yeah,
like
it's
who
goated.
should be kicking.
It's
It's kind of
goated.
like the built-in, yeah, the whole raid anchor interruption that people use. It's
Yeah.
like basically built-in version of that.
Yeah,
like,
it's
much
it's
better.
really good. It's it's also like kind of what high-end Mythic Plus players were already doing, right? You have that macro.
Yeah, you have a macro where it puts a target marker on whatever you focus.
And then it can't be removed
is way
by
more
someone
elegant,
else. It is
Yeah.
it's a goated version of that. Yeah, every good game should steal great ideas from other similar games. They should 100% yoink it. Yeah.
Well, WoW, I think either should do something like that and provide, or they should. It sounds like maybe they're trying to move in a direction where they don't want you to need to track people's interrupts, right? Like they don't want that to be something that a normal player gets utility out of as much.
I would hope so.
Because those are kind of the two different ways. Because the thing that would be the worst case is if you really wanted to track people's interrupts and there wasn't an easy way to do it, and then you basically had to like if you had to always be on voice with people and all of your comms were like, okay, I've got next kick on star, you've got next kick on star, like that can be kind of fun, but I feel like it would be very fatiguing if every single pack was like organizing what you used to be able to do by seeing an interrupt tracker over voice.
Yeah.
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 All right, what else do you guys want to cover with this? Or a Patreon question, or what do you guys want to do? I mean, there's a lot more to talk about, but also have a lot more podcasts to do. We have obviously a big one next week.
There's the dungeon rotation, Pit of Sauron.
Oh, dude, yeah.
Welcome back, Pit of Sauron from Wrath of the
So,
Lich King.
like they previously said, they weren't going to do like super old dungeons because of the amount of work that would go into revitalizing them. Because like if anyone right now has an opinion of like what Pit of Sauron's going to be a Mythic Plus, I would strongly advise you to just, you have no fucking clue. They're going to remake the whole thing. Like every boss is going to be completely different. Pit of Sauron though kind of famously does have a huge, like, big areas where you can pull a lot of mobs though. Like I definitely remember that. Also the aesthetic is cool. There's some nostalgia factor there too. But weren't they going to have to do this eventually? Because like they've gone through a lot of the good dungeons you can do. So like I feel like them being willing to dip in and remake, because like basically them remaking a Wrath dungeon or BC dungeon or whatever, that's going to be the same as effort as like creating a new dungeon basically, because it just has to be completely different because it's just so outdated. But I think they're going to have to do that. Would you rather them remake old dungeons or continue going through the greatest hits of stuff from the last few expansions? What do you think?
I think it's good to do some of this, like, pulling back old dungeon. So I think when you're looking at an old dungeon, basically what they're getting is, like, the vibe of it and the layout, you know, like where the cliffs are and stuff, and, like, the names of the bosses and their general kind of mechanical identity, but even that's subject to change. And then everything else, they have to like revisit and reimagine how that works, right? And like if those mobs should even still do anything similar to what they did back in the old days. So yeah, I kind of think of it as like that is what they're picking these old dungeons for. And I think if you look at a dungeon like Vortex Pinnacle, and I think that was just like, okay, it's like a straight walkway line through the dungeon, like that look, you know, you're up in the clouds, and I thought that place looked extremely boring, and so I thought that was like a really bad decision to bring it in. And then I also think that the mechanics that it ended up having were pretty bad. I think Pit of Sauron is a great, like the aesthetics of that place are sick, and it's got like a tunnel collapse section at the end, which I assume they'll keep some of that kind of vibe there. They'll probably redesign it mechanically a lot. So yeah, I think it's very early to make any determinations on if the mechanics are good. I think mostly what they're picking when they're bringing back a dungeon that old is just the vibe, and I think that Pit of Sauron is probably it's probably one of the top Wrath of the Lich King dungeons for me in terms of like dungeons that are cool vibes.
Also, we're at that point where Algafar Academy is considered old. They're finally bringing back Dragonflight dungeons.
Yeah, so it's like one patch earlier than they used to bring back. Like they said, I think they didn't want to bring back a Shadowlands dungeon in 11.0. They did it in 11.1 or something.
No, it was 11.0. They brought back
yeah.
Necrotic Lake, right?
Okay, yeah, maybe it was like they didn't want to bring back a
Life.
BFA dungeon in 10.0 or something. But yeah, now it's clear that it's like everything gets a one expansion break and then it's fair game again.
Yeah, that's kind of cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, Algathar is a good dungeon. I'm not.
Oh yeah, I love Algafar. Yeah, I want to revisit a lot of these dungeons as a Havoc Demon Hunter actually, because like I've been playing a lot of Havoc, and Havoc would be so fucking sick in some of these dungeons. Like, bro, imagine Tree Boss where you're just getting insane funnel. That'd be so sick.
I feel like Havoc Demon Hunters are going to be such an endangered species in a couple months here, because just like everybody's playing Devourer. Like half the Havoc Demon Hunters are going to be playing Devourer, and then there's going to be like 4,000 new Devourer DHs. And if you are just like a Havoc main, it's like getting into a group. It's like, okay, we already have 10 DHs in here. We're not inviting any more.
Dude, you know for a fact that shit's gonna be meta. Like,
Yeah,
there's no
Devourer.
way that class is not gonna be OP. As
Oh
hell.
yeah,
Dude, it looks so good as well. Oh my god! If you guys, I guess Dorky, you haven't, but Max, did you play? You play some Devourer?
No, I haven't played it now.
I have. Yeah, yeah, it's really good.
It's so fun. At least like hitting a dummy with it, it just looks so cool what you're doing.
Did you guys see the whole alpha testing raid boss that you talked about?
Yeah,
I saw it in the patch notes. I didn't actually try and
it
test.
wasn't up.
I looked for the like dungeon raid teleporter guy, and he wasn't there. So I think it maybe was already disabled by the time I looked for it.
That is crazy. We could just raid test the boss on alpha. Like, when was the last time we had this much you can do on alpha?
It's not there. It wasn't there on the build before, and they said.
Well,
so
but it's gonna be there, right? Like,
yeah, it's gonna be
maybe.
there.
Yeah, I mean, if true, then that'll be cool. I mean, because they need to test. They need people to test the like in-game bigwigs and stuff, right?
yeah.
Yes, I mean that I want to do that today.
Yeah.
You guys should have alpha, by the way. If you, I don't know if flags are slowly going out, but I'm.
Where's it under?
Oh, is it up?
I mean, I'm online right now. Yeah, so you should see, at least for me, I didn't have to restart Battle.net or anything. It says in development. It says it basically changed from War Within Beta to Midnight Alpha, and then I have like an account. For me, it's WoW 13, and it says XX. It specifically does not say like US or EU.
It's your own account, right?
Yeah, I'm on my own account. We lost access to the like Blizzy account.
Okay, yeah, Midnight Alpha, WoW 13
Oh, okay.
XX.
Yeah, that's what works
Yeah,
for
yeah.
me.
Okay,
I'll
cool.
take a
Yeah,
look in a second.
it's up. All right, do we want to go test the raid and the pod, or
That's
how
what I'm
we
thinking.
feeling?
But I want to make sure Dorky gets in.
Yeah, I'll take a look in a second.
I'm gonna reach out to some people if he did not.
Yeah, help me carrying it up.
Yeah.
We need to talk to the manager.
Do we have a Patreon question thing, or do we just move
Yeah, we
on?
should.
Move
Hit up
onwards
Frank
with
for
our
that.
lives.
Frank, Patreon question now.
Oh, I
'Cause
like
we're
the
not gonna
now.
have
I
one
like the
next
now.
week too, right?
Now.
Dude, speaking of which, are people still mad about the whole turbo boost shit? Or I feel like that's been swept under the rug. People have like completely forgotten about this patch at this point.
Frank says, "I'm mid
all-
Dimensius prog. Let me try after next pull."
I mean,
Well, they
maybe
could
we
easily do that
skip the
in between
Patreon
polls.
question. There's already so much information. There is one thing we need to get though. Is I know we've been baiting you guys for like a month
Oh,
on
yeah.
like we have this crazy episode that's gonna be sick, and a big announcement. Both of those things are true. It has already been recorded. The reason it has, we just had some scheduling things and some other stuff come up, but it has happened, and it should be out next week, right? Do we have a date, like official date?
Yeah, it should be the 8th. So Wednesday the 8th is when that should come out. That might be the next podcast probably thing that's on the feed. So yeah, look forward to that.
Boss champ.
And then we'll have more Midnight Alpha coverage and podcast stuff after that at some point, or maybe before that, depending on when we record. But probably after that, knowing us.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Poddy. Goodbye.
Adios.
I'm just getting my stuff set up. Do you have alpha?
Wait, so did you restart your shit?
No, I did not restart my shit.
I had to restart my BNet to have it all show up, it seemed.
Do the fucking normies have it?
Good
not everybody.
question. In chat, type yes or no if you have access to alpha. I'm expecting a lot of no's.
I have War Within beta.
It should have updated to alpha. Seeing yeses, mostly no's, which is what you'd expect on the first wave. Has anyone... Let me double check, actually, and see if I got an email. Because sometimes you get an email when you get in, and sometimes it's delayed. Okay, so I'm in with no email, so email is fake news as far as, like, getting to see if you're going to be in or not.
Yeah, I ain't got shit.
Bro.
I still have the War Within beta for some reason.
Yeah, that's what mine was before it changed to Midnight Alpha. I'm going to message someone.
Yeah,
Oh my god, the raid tester is up. Yeah, holy
Oh, you ready to get in there, dude?
Holy shit.
I'm just going to set up
Oh,
Devour
no.
real quick, but we need to get some, like, tanks and healers. I think I have my UI, like, generally set up. It's really
Yeah, I can
fast,
tank.
dude. Like, I just saved my import code from beta, and, like, my shit's just ready to go. Honestly, I think that's going to be my goal. I
That
think
is
I'm going to
sick.
play... I think I'm going to play all of alpha, all of beta, with the goal of never, like, using... like genuinely play the game with no add-ons, and just see how, realistic that is. I need to turn on the sound of my game. Yo.
Man, I'm actually so excited for Midnight.
Yup.
That's actually crazy news.
Dude, this new class is actually so simple. Which, extremely not surprising given the, like, current state of the game in general, like, the changes they're making to everyone else, right? Let me turn the sound on back for this shit. The one thing I still don't really like is, at least as far as I can tell, you can, like, put your personal resource display somewhere if you want it, but you can't, like, separate the energy. Like, for example, what I want to do is I want to put, like, my Fury as a separate UI function right above or below all of my buttons here. As far as I can tell, that is impossible. It is unable to be done.
Yeah, I think that'll still be it. You can still do that with an add-on, though.
Oh, okay. You can track your fury with an add-on. So
Yeah, it's like the add-on can't do logic based off of your fury, but it can show you your fury in however you want.
yeah.
But yeah, I agree.
Oh yeah,
They
if it's
should
just
do that with
displaying,
base
surely
UI.
they
Because
can.
it seems
Right?
like they're so close to actually having it. Because what you can do
Yeah.
is, like, if you turn on personal resource display, and then you go
Yeah, you
to
can
edit
move it.
mode, you can just straight up move your personal resource display to wherever you want. So, like, if I wanted to have it right over my character, I could all the time, and it would show my fury. But then my health is just there all the time, which is terrible. So it's unfortunately unplayable. Oh, wait. 1 second. Chat might have some tech for that. They're saying hide health. I tried
Oh.
this yesterday on alpha,
Yeah.
but hide health wasn't an option. It was...
Well, it's hide health and power bars.
Yeah, it hides both. Hide health and power
That's not
bars
good.
just hides both of those things. So basically all of it. Yeah. It just doesn't work. Oh, is the damage meter in yet? It wasn't in yesterday. Let me see. Wait. Oh, it's showing... Oh, dude, that's so... I mean, I could play like this, I guess. This actually doesn't feel that bad. Having it just right under your guy. What's the big CD for the spec? It's not really a big CD. It's just like your meta. It's more like void form, I would say. You don't have like a massive CD for the spec. Like the whole bit is like, all right, so I'm like generating. I'm living my life. I'm getting my way up to a certain amount of stacks to get into my void form, casting void ray, getting a bunch of souls, collecting them. And then once I get to like 45 stacks, at least with this current build I'm playing, ends up looking something like this. Right, so I'm going to pop this again, get a bunch of things, and now I'll be... Oh, a little more. I'm playing the, like, slower to get into it build, but you can stay in it much longer build, which is my shit. You can also castle moving for all of this. So then now you enter Void meta, and now you are a fucking beast, bro. And then it's about staying in this. And every time you cast your big ult Spirit Bomb thing, it starts draining faster and faster, and I'm going to try to get 4 here. I'm going to go in real quick, crazy style. Whew. I'm not playing the like dual like melee ranged build thing, but you can. I'm going to save both stacks of this. So you got collapsing stars like your big damage in it, and then now it drains a little faster. Think like Surrender to Madness. Kind of, except you don't die at the end. And you have like infinite mobility. Okay, second collapsing star. We're going for 4.
Dude, my action bars are barren.
Yeah, bro.
They're like half
What are you
empty.
playing?
Yep, get that shit going.
Blood DK. No
are we playing, Giles?
Tombstone, no Bone Storm, no...
Oh shit, Blood Decay.
Yeah. No Rune Tap, no Blood Tap.
Oh, we're going for
There's
4,
no way
chat.
you had all
It's
of
so
them.
fucking crazy.
Well, I had the spots where they would be if I had them.
No, I didn't get it. Yeah, we need some more haste. Okay. Let me see if the tester guy's up, and then I'm gonna make a group.
Yeah, he's up. At
Okay.
least in Orgrimmar.
Pre-made group. What's the easiest way to find? I'm gonna in World Boss called Boss Testerman. Search for pre-made groups, raids, the War Within, and then World Bosses, and see if you see Boss Testerman.
Yeah, I got it.
All right, we need some more people for Boss Testerman. I need to see these default Blizzard boss timers.
Oh my god, time to make my raid frames. Default raid frames.
Oh, yeah, wait. There's a bunch of stuff you can do with... Where is the actual... I just searched for it, but...
Go into like edit mode and then
Oh, you can do it in edit mode.
check party frames and raid frames, and then if you click on the party frames, you can use party style or raid style party frames.
Okay.
And then you want to search in your options for class colors and tick all the
Yeah,
display
yeah,
class
yeah.
colors thing. Real talk, if we do it on normal, we could probably test a decent amount, even if we can't get more than a tank, a healer, and a DPS.
Yeah, you're probably right.
So I forgot how much the tier sets are going to change classes. They could add a lot of differences.
Maybe. I think in the first tier, they'll probably still be pretty basic.
I mean, it depends on their philosophy, because like since they're simplifying classes, I could see them having more interesting ones.
All right, we need some more people for Boss Testerman. Remember to go into your dungeon journal here and select to have dragon riding. Like a real beast. Where's some of our streamerman friends?
I'm just
Right.
gonna
Food
slash
to be
who
back.
and see if I recognize any names.
All right, I invited Kalamazi. Is there a Discord where we could find out? I guess we could go into the same Discord as yesterday. Still open, right? Let me try to
Get JB in.
yeah, I'm trying to get a list of where can I even list this? Raids, legacy, custom, maybe custom. Let's go custom. Maybe try to merge with the tally group. I don't have any of them on here, so I can't really do that. I mean, dude, let's just go in. Fuck it.
Fuck it.
Fuck it, bro. This guy's got to heal us. Where's the... What a ping sound that I just heard.
Yeah, that'll... Oh, you can talk to and just teleport straight in.
I think I might have DC'd.
Holy moly, the loading screen. Oh my god.
Yeah, I think I tried to complete a quest, unfortunately, and that is fucking my game bad. Did you have the issue yesterday when you tried to log off? It would just DC you?
No.
Someone said to run far away. All right, W, doing it.
Oh my god, I'm in the raid.
I might have to relog. Yeah. Assuming that's not going to work. That's also not working. Okay, Alt F4.
Wait, Tally has a raid up.
Dude, it seems like we're all zoning into different raids than each other.
Yeah, maybe just join Tally's raid.
Is he actually in the raid with other people? All of us are trying to enter the raid, and we're just like entering different raid instances.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, this is amazing. I try... One second, I think I can probably fix it. Horseboy
Okay,
might
I'm
be...
just gonna pull the boss and see what the bigwigs looks like.
Cool.
Because I think this isn't working. At least all of us are zoning into different raid instances than each other.
Are maybe they're having multiple bosses for testing? Which would be
No,
very
it's just-
interesting.
Well, this is the 2-boss raid, and it's the first boss of the 2-boss raid.
Isn't that supposed to be the Giga raid?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh my god.
Wait, so is it going to be a crazy boss?
Horseboy's bricked forever, so I'm gonna make a monk. We'll have to wait until the group changes leaders.
Dude, the boss owned me. I was infused with a void feather, and then I died. Oh, okay. I gotta enable my encounter timeline. I see. Dude, I don't think I'm getting scaled up in here.
You getting owned?
Yeah.
That's what I've heard.
You guys, I can turn on my stream if you guys want to see what the encounter timeline and stuff looks like.
I'm gonna get in there in a second. I just have to set this up.
Dude, I'm charging a consumption of this guy. Oh.
Dude, I have to do my fucking class tree. Okay. Beautiful. Can you invite Rizzy Glizzy?
Was it Rizzy Glizzy?
Yep.
Can you sign up for boss tester guy? I can't.
Yeah, I will. I have signed up.
Okay, looks like Towley's managed to get inside a raid with multiple people.
I'm coming in hot. What a cool little load screen. I mean, we should just get a warlock, right? But I mean, we can't even get it. Oh, I hear sounds. Maybe I'm already in. This is a perfect time to eat, though. Dude, you want to know a crazy fact?
Yeah.
The place that I ordered food from today, at one point in time, made lemonade that killed people.
Oh my god, Panera Bread?
Yes, sir.
Dude, I just wish I'd known, man. I would have got so much lemonade.
Yeah.
Make a forbidden cocktail of a Panera lemonade and a Four Loko.
Oh, W. Wait, how long did it take for this load screen?
Not as long as it's taking for you, but quite a while.
It's gonna happen. I'm interested in... They've mentioned that, you know, they're making an encounter timeline for raids, but, like, shouldn't we be able to test this in dungeons? Or are they not actually planning on having timers in dungeons either? Because I feel like that's pretty important.
I mean, we could go look in a dungeon as well, although we'd have to find one where you can get to a boss fast.
Oh, apparently it's already working in dungeons. Okay.
Nice, okay.
Dude, Tally is doing a Bissell sponsored stream right now. Is that a vacuum? Bissell makes vacuums, right? What a fucking sponsor.
What's he sucking?
Yeah, dude, sucking, bro. Yo, Dyson, you know what to do. Okay, I think this is an Alt F4 angle, again, so 2 characters can't be logged into. I'll set up a 3rd one. I will do it.
Dude, the call of lunch is getting pretty loud for me. I don't know.
Alright, moment of truth. Can Horseboy be logged into again? Yes, dude. He's so back.
Oh shit, okay, I'll give it another try.
Horseboy's actually so back. I'm coming in.
I left that group, so we gotta
New group?
make a new
Alright.
one or find it or something.
I'm making it, bro. We need our other friends as well. Boss tester guy, custom piv. All right. Before we do any, wait, I'm gonna maybe convert it to a raid.
Yeah, convert it to a raid.
Oh, we have a guy named Testerman coming to boss tester guy.
Oh, wow.
Wow. All my UI stuff changed or saved too. That was nice. I reloaded mid DC. Like I was DC'd from the world, but I hit a reload and the reload fully completed. And then I didn't make all my stuff go away. That was nice. All right, hitting the load screen test. Oh, it's actually working. Oh, that's good. I'm in the void.
Oh, I've been disconnected from the server.
Same.
Oh, I can't log in. Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
dude, yes.
Yes.
I fucking love this shit, baby.
Oh my god. It's lunchtime.
Are you gonna go do lunch?
I'm gonna go get lunch.
Okay.
GG's.
GG's. You still don't have Alpha Dorky?
Nope.
Okay, I'm actually messaging someone. Like 100p. All right, I'm back in on Horseboy, and this time it's gonna work. I messaged someone. I basically asked, is it possible for me to complain to get someone in the alpha? He's a retail creator with 2K plus concurrence when he streams. Feels like he should be included in something like this. I feel like that's a reasonable thing they wouldn't be mad at and is correct.
It's pretty reasonable.
Oh,
Tell them
yo,
I'm
I'm in.
MDI competitor too.
I'm in. Well, that might hurt your case because you were a cheater and you got kicked out of that one.
Well, they probably don't know that.
Yeah. All right, so I'm in here without Dratnos. We have do we have a tankerman? I don't think so. Okay, we're in. We just need more helpers, preferably tanks, because Dratnos left for no reason. Guess I could spec tank. I think we're 90 in here. We're fighting a boss, Bello Ren, Child of Alar. Okay, this boss looks fucking crazy.
Your boss looks sick.
Alright, we have no one currently. Give me 2 seconds to set up a tank spec. I'll die. It's okay. I mainly just want to see the timers. Actually, I really don't feel like setting that up. We're going to recruit a tank, bro. There's got to be a tank. Alright, we're going to try this without a tank, and we're all going to run around. Just go bubble taunt him, one of you guys. No, they're not doing it. Wait, do I not have them on? What the fuck? Oh, I learned. That's really interesting. So I just learned, first of all, I didn't have... I think I enabled encounter timeline. I think I enabled encounter timeline on my other character, but not this one. Also, dude, this ability called Shift. It says shift through the void, reappearing at your targeted destination. That sounds like a Blink or a Door of Shadows or something, right? But it's not. Like, I just did it through the wrong color, seeing if I could port through it, and it is, because it looks like a dash, and I think it is a dash. All right, again. So it's up here. The timeline is nice. Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, I'm just not a fan of timelines. Like, I want bars. Sure, it has some options here. Let's see what we can get. So we can get icon direction, horizontal. We can go vertical. I don't want any kind of timeline. I want bar. Timeline, don't like. Want bar. I mean, this does look good though for people who like the encounter timeline thing. So how does this work? It has like a little 5 here. Show tooltips. What does that mean? So if you hover over, you can see the tooltip. Show spell name. Ooh, that's pretty good. Let's see. I think the 5 is just when it's 5 seconds. Yeah, but there should be like a countdown option. Yeah, it's hard. Like, this is the initial implementation of this, but like, I'm saying it should have all these features that boss mods that have been out for and been iterated on for 20 years have. But hey, if you're going to make those not work, you need to get as close to that as possible for people not to feel bad, though, right? Like, there needs to be a bar option. Like, the majority of players don't use the timeline thing as their preferred way of seeing boss timers, right? You need to have the other options. Like here, I want to see if you can actually hover over and see the tooltips. I'm just going to pull without these guys. Oh, he's here. Nice. So Volatile Vortex is in 5 seconds. And you can hover over it, and it will show you the tooltip of the actual spell. That's actually kind of nice. Especially for, like, seeing new content. I'm gonna let you die to that. Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's just, I will just, it just needs to be bars. Can you make it horizontal? Yes, you can make it horizontal. So what you can do is you can make it horizontal, you can make it vertical, you can change the direction it grows. You can change the size, you can change the transparency. You can make it to have a hard black background if you want. You can make it as, like, transparent as you want. You can make it huge. It's just, it's missing, obviously missing different ways of getting that information. Missing bars. Give me bars, baby. Alright, that's cool. Alright, Dorky, I got bad news. He's muted Dorking it, as he should, bro. Damn, Dorky doesn't have alpha today. That fucking sucks. I feel really bad about that. Everyone, Dork tonight in his honor. Think of him. I don't even know where I can put feedback like this. I'm sure maybe me talking about stuff on stream. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm not the only person that's going to give the feedback of we need bars. I need a bar. Max, can you look in edit mode? Are the 3 bars you have on top behind your options? There are 3 rows. Huh? What? Look on top. Behind the options. Oh, yeah, wait a second. So, these are just like so there's multiple parts of DBM, right? There's the bars and stuff, but then there's also like, it's actually kind of funny. It is usually what people have that they're like diluting their UI. Like most of the time people have like up here just shouts every event that's happening on the fight, but you actually completely ignore it. Let's see. Visibility, always visible. Can you edit that? I mean, it's just the, like, basic stuff. But, yeah, you can't, like, make them bars or anything. Most people rely on audio cues, not visual. Audio cues have becoming more and more relied on, yeah. But more so that I don't think visual and audio cues are something that, like... The reason you're thinking about audio cues is because people have recently started doing that, but that's because you've been using visual forever. Visual cues are amazing. It's just that you can only... If you need to track 10 things in your head and you want to help yourself do that, making all 10 of them visual is diluting. It's hard to get all that information. Like, ideally, you'd have maybe be half and half, audio or visual, or 8 visual and 2 audio. Right, that's something that people did inefficiently for like all these years playing WoW, is they just relied purely on visual information, and recently people have been on the audio meta because it's pretty helpful, but only because you kind of are already capped out on what you can do visually, if that makes sense. The issue is that you can still make audio cues even with API being blocked. Well, that's a good interview question. Specifically, is whenever you're talking about things that might still be possible versus not, it's interesting to hear if Blizzard thinks that should be possible. Like, for example, Blizzardman that I'm interviewing right now. Do you think that people being able to set customizable audio cues with external add-ons or in-game, like, just do you think it should be part of World of Warcraft that you can do that? Or do you think that's part of what has gone too far? Right? Like, I think that just them answering their intent with that question would be very interesting. I'm going to go with the answer is yes. If not for any other reason than accessibility. Right? Like, there are people that have, you know, audio or visual like impairments. And being able to have multiple options is just something that, I mean, the answer to that has to be yes. The Deaf Guild Undaunted is going to be completely screwed by this add-on purge. I actually had one of them reach out to me today saying that, you know, you're probably busy with some other stuff. I'm in a guild called Undaunted, and I'm messaging you. I don't know if you have connections, but they're basically asking for alpha access, but not in like a, I get a bunch of messages for people that think I can just get them alpha access. And I just kind of got a message from someone that I definitely can't. And they, you know, but basically they're saying it would be nice if we could have alpha access because our feedback might be really nice as a deaf guild because, you know, there's a lot of accessibility issues with this, which is like a very good point. Help them test for accessibility purposes. Yeah. I mean, no, for sure. I mean, they're not wrong for trying to get that information. The game does we need to give them that, right? But I'm not in a position to do that. Did you try the monk already? How is it? I'm trying to log in. I do actually want to play monk a little bit, see how it feel. Oh, I'm in monk. Oh, wait, did it not save my... It didn't save a few options, but it saved my keybinds, which is really good. So it didn't save that I want the cooldown manager, but it saved all my cooldown manager settings. That's really interesting. I mean, that's fine. That's all I need, right? Yeah, I can go try to play this a little bit and see how it feels. Like, not thinking about it too much. I'll just go, like, hit a random rotation on the dummy. Oh, need to put my mount keybind on. That needs to be this. Okay. How do I... Oh, first of all, not the right order. I do like how you can easily customize the cooldown manager, though. Like your little UI package here down here. I want that to be at the end. I want Touch of Death to realistically not be right there, ideally. Also, I should have my movement first. That's correct. Interrupts always at the end. Actually, I should probably have defensives first. Followed by movement. Followed by utility. Followed by kick. That's what'll probably work for my brain. Okay. So let's just... I think I have everything bound. I might not, and this might end pretty quick, but... Oh, yeah, I don't have that bound. Okay, we'll figure it out. Okay, playing a character with 0 haste feels like shit. That's for sure. Let's just, for the sake of argument, chain the cooldown here. I mean, this feels like normal Windwalker. Just playing Shadowpan right now, not Conduit, which is like a bit different. Obviously 0 stats, like fresh level 80 with random old gear. But I don't think Blizzard changed that much about Windwalker, though. I will say, initial point of feedback from the expansion, cooldown manager feels great. Like, this is very close to like most UI packages. It's gonna depend on the class because some people had some like really sick auras. But just being able to log in day one of alpha, put in 0 effort, and just have this is a huge thing for players, I think. Oh wait, I need to test the bar actually. So gameplay enhancements, advanced cooldown settings. For my buff bar, I want like how long my weapons of order. So it actually is a tracked bar. But like where is it? So it's over here. So I'm pretty sure that's just not working. I'm pretty sure that's not working. Maybe I'm just not paying attention to it, actually. Let's see. I'll be able to tell right now. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's working just fine. I just wasn't paying attention. Obviously not as pretty as some of your UIs can make it, right? But functional. Max, are you sure you have personal resource bar displayed in settings? I do have... I have it turned off right now because it's terrible. It's like blurry, looks like shit. I can show you it. It's like, this is personal resource display. You can just like put it under your character. You can put it wherever you want. But what I really don't like about it is I just want to show the energy. Energy and chi would be perfect. I just don't want to see my HP. But you can't do that. Like, that doesn't work. It has an option. It's so interesting, actually. I can move this down here, I think. So this has an option to... No, do not snap. Why is it doing that? Okay. It has an option to hide health and power bars, so it just shows your chi. But, like, why wouldn't it also give you the option to just... Like, why is hide health and power bars one option? Shouldn't it be hide health as one option and hide power bar? Bro, if you could hide your health from this and show your energy and your chi right here, instead of just your chi, that would be so goated. You can change it. No, you can't. Why do people keep saying that? Why do people keep saying you can do that? You can't. Am I crazy? Like, I'm getting baited by chat, right? People keep saying you can do it. But I just... Where can you hide just the health bar and not the energy? You can't. Alright, so just making shit up. I love that. There's a C-var to hide the health bar. Ooh, do you have that? That actually sounds like that would make sense. That is entirely in-game, so... See, what I want here is... I wish... So a couple things. Like, I wish the personal resource display, but also your health bar was more, like, customizable. Like, for example, perfect world for me, my health frame is here. The energy is gone from this. It's just one big health bar. The chi is gone from this. It doesn't even need to include the personal resource display. Like, let's just throw the personal resource display out right now. Just fuck it. I'll turn it off. Okay. Well, it would be nice if I could just freely move my energy bar and chi bar from my nameplate. Remove it, move it, and then put them up here where I want it. Someone says there is a script to hide your health from personal resource display. That's amazing. That sounds amazing. What is that? That is an amazing script. That sounds great. Give me that shit now. But also, they should definitely make that easier to see in general. Yeah, but I mean, Windwalker feels mostly normal. Although I'm not. There's probably other talents I could be playing. I just actually made this shit the fuck up. Can you lock the personal resource display? Yes, you can. Can you do a class that has dots and bleeds and see how it looks on frames? Yeah, I can actually. Can set up Frosty K real quick. Afflock and... Oh, I guess I could just play Rogue, yeah. Alright, let's try to speedrun my setup here. What's the fastest way to do this? Oh. Step 1, get DC'd. I haven't even logged into that guy yet. Let's try again. Remorseless Winter looks pretty bad right now. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Alright, speedrun. Encounter timeline. Cooldown manager. Edit mode. Setup. This. Yes. I have to actually make the things show up that I want to. Okay. Without even... We don't even need to set up a lot, just... Okay, clearly there's some keybind shit going on here. I didn't set these keybinds. Oh my god, this guy's a beast. Okay. So dots, I believe, are entirely tracked on... At least right now, it shows them being tracked on the nameplate. However, I bet there's an option in the cooldown manager to show your dots, hopefully. Max, here is the script. Okay, let me try that. Okay, running the script. Maybe my game will blow up. Lua error. It ain't work. Apply poisons to see if they are tracked. That's a good idea. Do I have Venom on here? Oh, yeah. I don't believe so. Yeah, I don't know how you would do this. Like, do they actually expect people to purely just track their dots on nameplates? I feel like that's that's a minority of people do that. I mean, you could argue on your target frame, but I mean that's even more ridiculous. If anything, honestly, it'd be nice if you could, like, put the debuffs, like, highlight certain debuffs or something. Open the cooldown manager and see. Yeah, you can, I just haven't changed any of this. You could change, like, all of this stuff. Like, there's already a bunch of stuff here I wouldn't track. There's actually so many CDs here. That's fucking insane. But that do be how many things they have, so. Yeah, that all makes sense. Is Vanish no longer an offensive cooldown? I know they changed that for one of the specs. I think it was this one. It was for Outlaw. Well, they kind of changed it for this one. They removed the stealth integration from, like, you spreading your dots and stuff in Mythic Plus, but I'm sure there's still, like, Vanish shit where when you come out of Vanish, you're blasting. It's for Fatebound. Alright, what is this Remorseless Winter thing people keep talking about? I love how people are all doom and gloom. Nobody will talk about this in a year. We will all adapt. I mean, yeah, are there people just complaining for no reason? Like, always a little bit, yes. But, like, I don't know. I've said this before, but I feel like there are people that are frustrated and I feel like are totally valid in that. You know, if and there's a couple of angles to this. There's, like, the simplification of classes. But let's just keep it to just add-ons. Like, you see people in chat right now being doom and gloom about how stuff doesn't work right. The game isn't releasing tomorrow. There's a decent chance that a good amount of this stuff is actually worked on before it comes out. Like, all the stuff we're complaining about right now with the cooldown manager. Because it has to be a big focus of theirs. Like, if you can't use a lot of stuff that you would use instead of this, like, you would... you better hope that they, you know, really work on that stuff. But... I mean, it's okay to complain about it, because, like, complaining lets you know that it's an area of emphasis they should focus on. Which is totally valid. That's good. I don't know what build it has me on here, but I'm just gonna... Okay. I'm just gonna go to a dummy real quick. Wait. All right, this is way too many buttons to track for Frost. Let's get this a little bit more realistic here. This is not real. Nope. Nope. Yes, yes. Why do you need to see Frost Strike? You don't ever. Howling Blast you can see on your UI because it glows. I mean, I guess you could play with just like a Blit for seeing when you have Killing Machine procs. Oh, interesting. I didn't even know you could do this. I haven't messed with this yet. That's kind of cool. If you want a sound when Pillar of Frost is available, you can... Wait a second. Let me get on my mount here. Oh, there's some things I'm still tracking. I don't need to. Yeah. Okay. Well, there's also probably too many buffs that I'm tracking that I don't need. What kind of buffs are we tracking? Oh, that's actually pretty good. That is something that never changes the way you play. That is something that doesn't change the way you play. That is something that doesn't change the way you play. Okay, so you basically can remove, like, all of these. Okay, cool. So if we're just hitting this guy here... And we basically just need to hit Pillar. I haven't bound this character at all. This looks pretty clean. What is this that's showing up? Oh. Oh, is that just after? Oh, that doesn't change the way you play. Yeah, I can remove that. Alright, in 15 seconds we're going to hear a sound for when Pillar of Frost is available. Let's see what this sounds like. Didn't work, right? Add alert. Text to speech when this is available. Edit. Let's try a ding. Let's try a ding. We can also just try this on another thing here. Alert for when Obliterate is available. I don't even know how that makes sense. Add alert. So you have to spend all your runes, I guess? That's when it's available? It's just that function just isn't working. Probably not surprising. If I were to guess something isn't working, it was probably that. Is it under some sound channel you have muted? Oh, that's a good point. Maybe, but I don't think so. Like everything's on, right? Like ping sounds are on, audio channels are up, gameplay sound effects are on and turned to 100%. I'm pretty sure, yeah. Maybe it's under error speech for some reason. Oh god. Wait, it is really quiet though. It is really quiet. Maybe it's just not loud enough. That's very loud. Is it ambience dialogue? It's not error speeching anymore. Did I turn it off? Yeah, error speech is still on.
I need to get closer.
Okay, dialogue. That is dialogue. Okay, so maybe it'll work when it dings now.
It's too far away.
Look at that remorseless winter graphic. What the fuck is that? All right, 20 seconds. All right, I'm going to try to make zero noise here in game. It's going to be available in 5 seconds. Hear a ding? Okay, you can see it in chat. It's trying to do it. It's just the sound isn't working. You can see it right now in chat. Look. You can see every time ding 1 is supposed to happen, it's like putting a message in chat. Right, like obliterate. It's going to say obliterate ding 1 right now. Ding 1, ding 1. Yeah, it's just probably just not fully implemented yet. Maybe it's just the other dings. I mean, we've checked text-to-speech in ding 1. The other dings are probably broken. What would be funny, though, is I'm going to leave all of these alerts on. And then I'm just going to be playing alpha like a week or two when they fix this. And then you're just going to be hearing me in a dungeon just fucking everything's going to be dinging, bro. And I'm going to be so confused. Kind of want to try on Holy. Okay, it has like a default build for me here. Let's just play Rider. Pretty simple. I mean, I'll just play this build and keybind it real quick. Might need a third action bar. Let's try to get everything keybound first. Did this steal from my monk or my... It did steal from my monk's keybinds. So what I should do then is make keybinds on here definitely character specific before I fuck with them. And then make sure I have everything bound. Oh, Putrefy is like pretty relevant now. I'll need to bind that. So Dark Transform, same shit. Death Grip. Asphyxiate. Blinding Sleet. Don't have a bind for that yet. Chains of Ice. Dark Command. Lichborn. Raise Ally. Path of Frost. I mean, whatever. What does Putrefy do? So, I mean, Outbreak's pretty obvious. Decay the oldest lesser ghoul under your command over 4 seconds to have them explode for nearby enemies. Lesser ghouls do not expire during this decaying. Okay, but like, what makes you want to spend a rune? Zaryu wants to call you. I'm doing some shit right now. Putrefy. Let's see. Decaying the oldest lesser ghoul under your command over 4 seconds to have them explode. Why do you want to press this instead of Scourge Strike, for example? It consumes some of the disease dot. Many talents buff it. Yeah, I know it. I know it's some big it's like, it's very important. It's on a cooldown. I mean, I think I have the bind right for it. I just need to, like, actually play around with it more. Alright, let's keep bind. Actually, wait, do I have D&D still? Yeah, I do. Why is that on my bar? I'll just make this my mount. And I guess that works. Okay, so I guess another thing I need to see is like why on my advanced cooldown thing, I don't need to see Festering Strike and everything, right? Like that's just... why would I need to see this? Same. That is important for sure. D&D, I wonder if even D&D in your rotation anymore. Is it... Do you still get haste from it? I think they removed that, right? Is it really just that many CDs? Holy moly, that is nothing. But understandable. Can remove this. Can remove that. Should be defensives first. Then mobility. And then kick at the end. Yeah. Okay. Let's live our life here. See what's going on. So summon my ghoul, my main homie. Wait, what did I get? What name? Wait, where is he? Did he get summoned? Wait, what? Wait. Scourge Strike has no number on it has a number on it for how many lesser ghouls it summons. Okay, so I just pressed Festering Strike. Why? Right? Because you would have pressed this before to spawn wounds. Okay, so this makes it so your next 3 to 4 Scourge Strikes summon a lesser ghoul. Oh, okay, so you might want Scourge Strike on there. Yeah, I see. That makes sense. We'll add it. Easy. So that is just like how many times I press Scourge Strike before I fester again. 4. So that's how many ghouls I have up. Then I'm doing this to spend runic power, and now I want to putrefy to blow one up. I think I'd rather not show Scourge Strike here. I wonder if simply this buff, Lesser Ghoul, or not Lesser Ghoul, is that what it... No, it's this. Yeah, it's the Lesser Ghoul thing. I wonder if Lesser Ghoul can just be tracked on the other thing. That's what I would rather do. So, like, buffs. See, this is where I'm talking, like, you should just be able to put that stuff on your buff bar if you want it. Alright, we're armying, bro. And we get an A-bomb. We're so huge. I mean, so wounds aren't there, but, like, they are, though. Right? Like, if you just look at this number on my Scourge Strike, and you just say, okay, this number is how many wounds you used to have on your target, it would be the same thing. Right? At least it's the stacks are on you now instead of the target. But, I mean, functionally, it's the same gameplay. Why can't I empower my ghoul? Oh, I don't have one up. I still don't know why I don't have one up, actually. I pressed the button. It's on cooldown. Do I have a pet bar somewhere? Is pet frame. Yeah, where's the young pet frame? Oh, there it is. Okay, I have a pet named Plague Drinker, I guess. But he's not up here with me. Is young homie Plague Drinker below the earth or something? How can I despawn a pet that doesn't exist? Does anyone know? What happened to my dude? Relog? I mean, that's easy. Yeah, I'll reload just so I don't lose everything. Oh, I could die. I think this is a die angle. Sweet death, bro. Here we go. Oop, my demount bar is not correct. There we go. Get off. You can't do that right now. Why not? Alright, clicking it off. Bro, sweet death. Kill. Yes, dude. Can't resurrect. Because I guess I didn't port back to the graveyard. Oh, this is good. Alright, so now let's try to log out. Okay, well now it's not even... This is good. This is going... You know what? We're going to exit... No, that doesn't work. We're going to Alt F4, and we're going to come back in, and I'm going to be able to log into that character. That's going to work. Yeah, we're going to log right back into Bone Huge. How am I back here?
I don't have a target.
Wait, what? Okay, some of my stuff didn't change. I'm also Frost again. And now I'm Frost with a ghoul. Oh. Wait, what do you... Okay. Do you work? Wait a second. Hold on now. I just have to rebind everything here.
It's too far away.
Yeah, I think I'm good. I think everything's like relatively bound. Except for the stuff that just isn't on my bar. Here we go. I don't have an R bind? Wow. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Dude, I think I have a pet. I have a new friend. So is he just an unholy pet? Yeah, he's just... This thing is getting... Yeah. Let's go, Plague Drinker. Alright, I want to do a dungeon with my Demon Hunter now. So what happens if I try to summon a ghoul? Now, you must dismiss your current pet first. Dude, this is sick. I wonder, I can't see damage meters, but I wonder if I just have a permanent unholy pet now. I like that. I might do a dungeon with Shaq, bro. Let's go crazy on it. I want to play DH. Wait, I don't know if Horseboy can even be logged into. The question is, what do we want to play in dungeons here? I mean, we're obviously missing some talent points, but... I mean, I definitely want my Apex talents, I think. Like... What the fuck is Reap? Oh, this. I mean... Definitely get those. And then the question becomes... Do you want to play... Giga... Like, Giga Amp, or where you go into it faster? I feel like going into it faster in dungeons is, like, way better. Let's do that. And let's play none of this melee shit. I already see one issue. Am I looking at this the wrong way, where... You have a 1 minute cooldown where you basically do 25% of your HP, but this is like a healing ability. Unless like the global of doing 25% of your HP is like worth it.
They can't join our group.
Oh, dude, 1 second. Let me get an invite from Nino. Alright, we need a... Me, Shaq, and Mark need a DPS and a healer. Or a tank and a healer. Do your abilities scale with haste while on meta? This does seem like a class where PI would be good in your meta, depending on which build you are. But more like at the end to get an extra collapsing star or something. Alright, so we might just need a healer. Alright, we need a healer guy. The group is called the Rookery Need Healer. Except we're not doing the Rookery. Yo, chat, we need the biggest fucking healer ever known to the alpha. Maybe ask Automatic Jack. Alright. Let's see what he's doing. Is that his shit? Damn it, where's his shit, bro? He is flying around Silvermoon. Heal dung.
It's the Sunwell.
He's fucking
Oh
walking.
my god, it hurts.
Heal dung.
Burning faith. Damn.
Heal dung.
Heal dungeon? Sure. I have you on the friends list?
I'll put it on there. How do I just copy this shit? I'll just type it.
Die to it? I don't want to die to it. Oh my god.
Where do you see your
I got you.
friend request? Oh, right there. W.
Let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. I don't even know if I... Oh, I know what we want to do for talents. Ooh, I gotta cook. Ultimate Serenity. Ultimate Serenity.
Alright, bro. We're about to actually pipe this fucking dungeon. Real shit. Let me try to play with personal resource display. It sounds bad.
Was to change to evangelism.
But
Basically,
but
you
it's not.
activate evangelism, and it instantly puts up a radiance on a target, and then it allows you to spam radiance a bunch. But the problem is, they didn't make it. They didn't make it. So that you have like longer radiance casts. So if you spammed radiance for like 10 seconds, the first radiance.
Wait, how do we go to a
would,
dungeon?
like, expire before the other ones did.
I don't even know how we do this.
Yeah. Ooh, beam of light. Stern.
How get to dung?
It's a friendly beam of light.
Can we queue for dung? I don't think so. Any dung. How to get max to mute healer stream. Yeah. I see Murderers Row and Silvermoon. Alright, W. Devour looks like another 3-second spec. Yeah, this shit is very few button. Gotta be level 81 for this one. What the fuck? We have to level to 81 to do dung? What is other dung? I think it's far south of the city. Okay, W. Go in there. Windrunner Spire. Let me fucking ping on the map. About to be so huge, bro. This looks pretty cool, though. Wait, let me change my flying mode. I'm using this old-ass flying. I need this new. Oh, oop, oop. Can you hide the health part of the personal resource display? Unfortunately, no. You cannot. But hopefully in the future you can. Apparently there's even a script where you can do it, but I tried the script on PTR, or on Alpha here, and it gave me a Lua error, so the script isn't currently working. It's really weird. Like, they're close to having it there, but if you look, like, it says hide health bar, but it also says power. So it just hides the whole fucking thing. Makes no sense. It needs to have the option to hide health or power or both. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Maybe try. I will try running that thing that you just sent, but it did not work before and gave a Lua error. So. Turn into Franck. He's losing his mind on Dimmy. I can't even set dungeon shit. Wait, what did it say? This one is also requires level 81. Okay, fucking sick, bro. That is fucking amazing. Man, I guess I could level a little bit. Fuck it. I'll talk to Lady Liadrin. Isn't there a bug in the follower dungeon when you level insanely fast? I don't know, but I don't have the eye level to queue for Dawnbreaker, so can you get a level boost? I don't think so. But I do love questing, so. The campaign takes you to 81 very fast. Alright, W, doing that. I had to talk to Lady Liadrin. Unfortunately, every time I've done this, it's DC'd me. So I'm hitting a quick reload for any changes I may have made. And then we're going to talk to her, and it's not going to DC me. Okay. Wait.
Fight well.
Okay, I think we're doing it. Let's fucking go. Make haste, horse boy.
I am the blade of the light.
Yeah, you are.
Shirel
Ron. Does anyone know what Shirel Ron actually means? The answer is no, right? All I'm saying is we could be saying some fucked up shit. And we just have no idea.
Pleasantries can wait. Anaria Shala.
Anaria Shala.
The army of the light stands ready. We fight for home, for family.
I'm out of range.
Oh, one second. We have some, Jesus Christ. Alright, airspeed is off. Boom! Yeah, that's gonna do way more fucking damn, bro. Than it did. Do I have any way to heal myself? I don't believe so. I can almost go into void form though, and go crazy on him. Oh, and we DC'd. W. Dude, what a paint. I also think I'm going to be dead when I log in. Oh, someone has another potential fix for my... Am I going to be dead? Dude, how am I not dead? Like, actually how? Wait, am I missing all of the quests I just had? No, I am. They're just not being tracked. It just didn't save that I did anything? Okay. Cool. Cool. He says, can you type F/F stack? Okay. And then scroll over the personal resource display health bar and press control. Which gave me a Lua warning. And he said you might have to do it over the chat box. And you can check off show in the pop-up. That should remove the health bar. Well, how can I go over to the chat box? It's too far away. Dude, is this shit supposed to be in-game? What the fuck is this? I feel like I'm hacking right now. So it's up there. I feel like what I'm doing feels super illegal right now. I mean, clearly you should be able to go to this and remove this. You might have to press it over the chat box. I'm pretty sure this is just, this has always been in-game. Yeah. I just wonder, does this give me the script thing to change this? Because clearly it says, like, there's health bar stuff here. I just want all of that stuff off. I want this health bar gone. Maybe move the chat box over the HP bar before trying it. It gives you the frame name, and then you can do frame:hide. Yeah, I just don't know how to do that. But someone could maybe figure it out, and that would be amazing. I'm mass pulling, bro. I just feared a fucking, I'm huge. I just feared something that shouldn't be feared. Brrrr.
My faith kindles my hope.
Dude, I'm gonna collapsing star this one guy. Bro, go back to the lobby, by the way. Oh, I didn't even one-shot him. Fuck. Okay, I kind of feel like a beast right now. Alright, we can kill this big guy. We can kill this big guy. This guy's actually nothing to me. He reset. My guy? You moved like 2 feet, my dude. Okay, this guy's actually a coward. Straight up a coward. Ow, ow, I'm dying. I'm dying to the environment, by the way. Okay. None of these things are going to help me. Missing healing salve. Okay. Setting up the fattest fucking setup on this dude. With the kick. Into the fucking backflip, though? Oh, he's casting at me. They're very bad. Very bad for my HP. You're dead. Find recuperate in the spell book. Bro, we don't have this. This is not real. Wait, I don't have my last point. Oh, yo, that's a thing? That's a thing. When has that, how long has that been a thing? Don't even try to act like it's been a thing. At least since the War Within. Yeah, but like, when would I have... well, when would I have had to use this? Never. Unless you're like level 80 fresh on the alpha servers, bro. Never. Oh, I'm so dead, bro. I am not big enough for this. Use it after a wipe? Nah. All made up. Guys, I just don't need healing. It's all good. Maybe you guys need healing or something, but it's fine. Bro, what a coward, bro. The leash range is so small. Alright, this guy's totally AFK. Easiest kill of my life right here. Spirit bomb on this guy. Alright, now me and you, bro. With all my shit up. Little blur. I'm so dead, bro. Alright, 20% to 0 one shot. Got it. He's just too big. But I'd rather die. But what's different between me and him is when I'm losing a fight, bro, I'd rather go down fighting and die than just reset. Like, I could have just ran right there. I could have, but I didn't because I'm not a coward. Let's stick to the smallies. We'll have Lady Leadrin fucking help us. Not gonna lie, this class is like hella boring. if we're being honest. It's just so basic. Need to see it with stats and stuff, but like crazy basic. Like Evoker again? Bro, Devastation has actually so much more going on than this. At least current dev. Whoo! Dropped an actual planet on that dude. Alright, that's good. That's good that I didn't just die, almost die to a fucking... Maybe I'm missing some, like, defensiveness in my, like, hero talent or something. I haven't looked at this hero talent at all. Also, most of my class tree is just, like, under construction, so that's good. You can also get the hunt as this class, too. You can kind of dash around and do some cool shit. There is a talent called Sunder, yeah. I still got a few more things to do for this. I gotta recruit some people. The hunt is only available as that class. Wait, they took the hunt away from Havoc? That's kind of sad. Wait, I can use mounts now? That dash is insane. Yeah, and notice the text is tricky. So this dash, which I'll do it in a second, it says shift through the void, reappearing at your target location. Okay. For me, that sounds like a blink, a door of shadows. It sounds like you are one place and then you go to another. Where, let's just say, for example, if I wanted to go from like here to over here, I could do that without taking damage from something in between. But look at the animation. It looks like a dash. It doesn't show you really going down. And then when we were in the raid earlier, I tried to go through a mechanic like this, and I took damage from it. So I believe this text is wrong, or it's bugged, and it is basically just like a targeted dash. It's definitely a good movement ability, but I don't think it functions as a blink at all.
Peace, friend.
It's dash with, like, you can do some Z-axis shit, so...
Do not. Light bless you.
Like, for example, what I believe is true is you can probably, like... Actually, let me see if I can do this. Like there, I just ported from here to there. I ported from here to here, which like you wouldn't normally be able to do with like a fell rush. It's like an instant heroic leap. It's like a faster heroic leap, correct? Like if you heroic leap through a beam, you would die to it. But you can also leap over some things. That's happened before. I'm not gonna lie though, I'm considering just like logging off this guy at least. It doesn't seem that great. So is the Apex talents better for like leveling than this though? I don't know. You deal 12% increased damage for 12 seconds. I feel like for questing this is bad. After fully channeling Void Ray, gain 20 Fury. That might be good, especially in your shit, but like Void Ray damage increased is probably good. But like I feel like you want some of this stuff for leveling. Like this seems really good. Sunder. And I also kind of want the melee stuff. I feel like melee stuff like is really, really good for leveling, and it'll also just be more fun. But I don't know if you can get all of that plus this. How do I do this with the points I have right now that is not annoying? Let's go melee build, bro. Just fuck the Apex talents for now. Full fun angle. Full ass fun angle. This will also add multiple buttons to our bar. This is going to make it seem much more complete. Oh, my dog is slurping. I can still keep this other talent too. That's probably the move. Or maybe just the first. Collapsing Star always crits is probably just a good one. Alright, so let's play like the melee hybrid here. I need a bind for this. Devour the life from your target. Let me just press it and see how it feels. It's just that? Okay, so that doesn't feel like anything. The hunt, bro. Yay. Oh, when you have full HP, it doesn't do anything. Interesting. I just want to see how it felt, like, if you did any movement or anything. Keybinds. What about that? Yeah, try that. Oh, I want to change my... Probably change my bar up a little bit here. Now that I've added these buttons. What's the cooldown of this? Yeah. Actually, this should be even, like, closer. Realistically. Defensive should always be first, then movement. Followed up by kick at the end. Wait, where the fuck is my consume magic? Oh, is your kick just not trackable for this class yet? That's funny. Okay. This is fine. I wonder if they just changed the leash range of everything. Like, are these mobs gonna leash from me? Or is it just that elite? Looks like it was just the elite. This looks like a normal kite path here. Yeah. Oh, yo. Oh, we're getting crazy gear. Alright. What are our stats? I feel like this class feels bad without haste currently. So I don't know if it's the best damage, but pure feel gameplay. We want haste.
We fight for home. For family.
And I'm currently... Maybe it's because I'm in combat? Oh no, I can't cast any spells. Wait. Oh no, I thought something different was happening. Think we're offline, maybe? It doesn't seem so. This is what happened when I tried to do a quest earlier. You're not, like, actually offline. Like, if there were people around me, I'm pretty sure you can still see people walking around. You can probably still type. I don't know. Either way. I believe it's an Alt F4 too. I don't think logging out will work. Yeah. Now we're going to re-log in. And if we try to re-log in and our quest progress is reset again, we may log off. That is what might happen. And just start again tomorrow with no lagging. A character with that name already exists. Very good. What about Rizzy? We could maybe try to quest on Rizzy. Because we should have less... If we're gonna quest on Rizzy, maybe we make a little quest build real quick. Oh, no. It looked like it saved my binds. So all we should have to do is just enable some stuff, and it should be saved. That is correct. Good. And we may need to make like a little questing build. So this is just, let's just call this... I mean, this is just the most made up shit of all time right now, so... I should also definitely quest as Conduit. Okay, and we play Strike. But what else we want to change here? Minute and a half's when sounds good. Oh, Flurry of Zen sounds boring. But shouldn't we play, like, Dance of Chi-Ji? And shouldn't we play, like... You know, some of this other shit? Oh, we have our points and Apex talents right now. That's probably why it feels so barren. That's probably not worth it, honestly. At this level. You're probably better off just getting more cleavy stuff. Ooh, Rushing Wind Kick sounds fun. Let's do that. And let's get Rushing Jade Wind. And let's not get Slicing Winds. I like Flying Serpent Kick better for leveling. Is the rest of this good? Yeah, that. And then what we have Lighter Than Air, right? Perfect. Yeah, I mean this is perfectly fine for leveling. Oh, I need to bind my Conduit ability, which means I need to enable my other action bar, which probably already has things on it. It does. And then I need to bind... Wait. Didn't I spec Conduit? They made it passive. After invoking your tiger, you may cast Celestial Conduit within 1 minute. So it's the same button. It just turns into... Oh. That's actually probably a good change. Just overall. That's actually kind of smart. Oh, cool. That's really nice. W change. Oh, the Heart of the Jade Serpent is triggers for 4 seconds on 100% effectiveness after you cast Slicing Winds. Does that also matter for Flying Serpent Kick? No, but it's only when you press Slicing Winds. I mean, we could Slicing Winds usually has crazy scaling. I'm kind of down to play it, I guess. It just feels bad for mobility. I mean, we can just not play this row. It's easy. Like, Slicing Winds just owns. That's the thing. But, I mean, we're chilling with this. Okay, so we changed all that. We have good setup right now. At least I like my setup. One thing I might do is show my personal resource display on this character, but then actually hide the health and mana bars or whatever, because it'll still show my chi. Or maybe we could just show it all the time. And that's okay. Yeah. Even though my health bar is right there, and that's very annoying. But I guess I could just... I mean, can you hide your player bar? Probably not. You could, like, make it really small and put it in the middle of nowhere, but... Whatever. Save and exit. Let's do class color, nameplates, and reload, and then go do quests. Cool. And also what I can do now that I don't need them on anymore is I can hide my action bars to make my UI look less bad. I can't believe I need to look at circles now to track chi. You don't, right? So, I believe what a lot of people have right now with weak auras is just like a weak aura bar that is just either your energy or your runic power or your runes or your chi or your combo points. I don't think those are affected at all. I think everything that is like just your character, I think is going to be exactly the same. You'll still be able to have add-ons for those. I asked about that yesterday. But for alphas, for the sake of alpha, I'm definitely going to try to play the game like actually full natty. So I can just get the best like feedback possible, I guess, on like what they still need to do. Oh, so you can still use a bar for insanity or mana? I believe that is the case, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this quest again, but I feel like I'll just be more alive as I'm more alive, I say, as I jump to my death. I'm so alive, actually. There's some free Vivify stuff I can do here after casting Rising Sun Kick. Okay. Also, I feel like Escape from Reality could be good. No. Okay.
Pleasantries can wait. Fight well.
Yeah, give me your...
My faith is my shield. Light guide us.
Dude, I'm so much more powerful than the DH. Holy shit. And I'm just full health.
I will see you through the shadow.
Is this better or worse than old Windwalker gameplay? I mean, it's like literally the exact same thing. No clones, though? You still functionally have clones, just without all the buggy clone stuff. Although I personally don't really know how to feel with clones being gone. It does feel like a part of me is missing, you know? Like, not really gameplay focused or anything, just... Wait, now this is Rushing Wind Kick. Fuck is Rushing Wind Kick? Oh, that's pretty cool. I like that. Oh, let's finish this right now. Did I pull too much? Maybe, but we're gonna find out. I might have to get out of here. Oh, there's casters, dude. Oh my god, I'm in so much danger. What am I taking damage from? I'm nowhere near these guys. Oh, multiple casters. This is so bad. I'm dead. Bro, why are you so persistent, my guy? What are you doing? Unfortunately, you've let me power up. You bitch. Dude, I shook the screen on that clown. You think I can kill the dripping shadow? This guy's fucking dripped out of this universe. He does, like, reset right around here, though. Oh, I'm lagging. Oh, my abilities are kind of working. Okay, we're back. I'm gonna kite him more this way. I can't hit him. There we go. Dude, that was not even worth it. Alright, let's see if I can even turn in this quest here when I get done. I gotta go recruit some people. Oh, very bad lag. How are the new nameplates? You know, I haven't messed around with the customization of them, but apparently that's something that's pretty good. Apparently the nameplates are, like, much better. Am I even in combat with this dude? Oh, I am. Okay. Dude, the lag is insane. I'm still rolling, by the way.
What can I do for you?
Let me... Where can I actually, like, mess with the nameplates? Because I haven't really done that. Is this UI natty? Yeah, this is full natty. I don't want to use my CDs here. No. Oh, fuck you. I guess I can use CDs here. Fuck it. This maybe reminded me how much I love Monk, dude. Every time you play Monk, you're just like, yeah, this class does just really own. Wait, what? How are you fighting me?
Greetings.
Well, you hit that recuperate, bro. Can't. Combat. Does Weapons of Order have a damage amp on it? I need to look through some talents, but I don't think so. I think Weapons of Order... Sorry, Weapons of Order? Did you say Weapons of Order or Strike of the Windlord? Weapons of Order. No? It's just the reduction. Wait, that's actually crazy. I mean, that's part of their, it should be mastery buff. I mean, maybe they moved it into another talent and I'm just missing it right now, but I think what they're wanting to do anyway is they want stuff like this to be not a damage increase plus an effect, because naturally, if this stuff is just like an effect instead of also damage increase, they can buff the baseline damage of spells and have them not be so cooldown reliant as well. But for some classes that might not feel good, because part of this game that feels amazing is when you're in your CDs and you're going crazy on it, so. For Windwalker, it never was a damage amp. It just used to be mastery buff plus CDR. Well, Weapons of Order is clones. Like, this is what clones used to be, and clones were an innate damage increase, right? Because you were splitting your... Right, you were splitting your damage into, like, 55%. And then it's like, but there's 3 of you, so it's like a huge damage increase. So, for this to be... For Weapons of Order, which is now clones to be the same, it would need to come with a damage amp as well. Or maybe, again, new game design, maybe that's not what they want to do. I mean, clearly one thing they said in all of their notes was, like, they want to have less cooldown, stacky gameplay for everyone. They want things to be more, like, baseline. I mean, and if they remove power from cooldowns, that is also going to majorly reduce the difference between the skill floor and the skill ceiling, because, like, I think that's, like, maybe one of the biggest gaps between players that are average and great is their ability to squeeze out every bit of damage from a cooldown window by stacking things versus someone who, like, doesn't do that as well.
Baladash Malanore, farewell.
I have to go walk around to 20 civvies? Damn. That seems like a boring quest.
The eternal sun guides us.
Dude, the questing experience on the new DH spec versus Monk is so astronomical. Wait, Weapons of Order has 2 charges? Yeah, so think of Weapons of Order as clones for Windwalker, which always had 2 charges, right? And then you'll accurately understand what Weapons of Order is.
Victory lies ahead. Be ready for anything.
How did I just save 3 civilians from talking to that one guy? That's an OP civilian right there. Oh, he disappeared. And I have to slay the Gloomstress.
Anubalore Delana, Shorel Oran.
Anubalore Delana.
Oh, yo, that was an OP civvy. Wait, the Gloomstress is here. I'm just gonna zap it. Can the cooldown manager show you your keybind for the ability? Oh, I don't know. I don't think so. But if you want to do that, there is an easy way to do that. Like, for example, what you could do is take this action bar and just resize it to be this exact same thing. Let's say you bind all your stuff with action bar 1 through 3 or 2 or whatever, right? But then you enable all of these action bars. So what you can do is you can now take any of these extra action bars. Let's say I wanted to make this one my cooldown manager, but with keybinds on it, and I can do this instead. And I can have, I wish I could can I make this smaller? Yeah, there we go. So like, what do I have on there? Rising Sun Kick, Fist of Fury. Okay, so I could do like this. And Strike of the Windlord. This, and Weapons of Order. And then I could go in my edit mode. I could go to this action bar. Okay, sorry, the Gloomstress is trying to own me right now. I could change the number of icons to 5. I'm missing Touch of Death, but you get the point. And then you could have the... You can just have it like that. And then you could put it right in the middle of your screen. And then you could put your keybinds on there so it showed your keybinds. And you could make it look exactly like this thing that the cooldown manager is doing. This is what you actually used to do instead of the cooldown manager. I hate having my keybinds on my abilities, though. That's actually, it's a very big plus that these don't. If these had my keybinds on them, I would be so mad.
The beauty of Eversong endures. Silvermoon will know prosperity again. Aldiel Shala.
Can I not put a reagent bag in yet? Yo. Yo. Bro. I actually have the GAT on this thing. And I DC'd. Alright, you know what? I said it before, if I DC'd again, I'd probably chill, so. I'm probably going to do some other shit. Might be online tomorrow. I probably will be online tomorrow. I'm assuming it'll have, like, better server stability, and maybe we can queue dungeons and stuff, but overall, pretty fun day. Nice little live PoddyC earlier. But yeah.